I'll keep this very, very short and trim. But oops, it definitely works if it works today. It is, I think from my perspective, it is, this COP is one of the COPs where there is a lot of action happening between the policymakers, the business, and the financing community as well, which I think is one of the most important things required for the right mix. If we have to achieve the net zero, we want to achieve the decarbonization ambition we're working towards. What's not surprising for me is this is the COP where the key theme is fast-tracking the emissions reduction. And it's just one of the themes that's really, really providing momentum to this COP. As we know, COPs are generally pivotal moments, but this one is truly pivotal very simply because it's also a global stock take. So we had Paris in 2015, and then there was a 2030 target. This is somewhere in the middle. So there is a global stock take happening right now. But what's also been very clear to me is the need for industrial decarbonization. I think the need has never been greater before, and this is absolutely the pace where it needs to happen. If I can put it simply, there is no net zero without industrial decarbonization. And it is an exciting time for us to be in the climate business or climate technology solutions providing business. The Global CCS Institute earlier this year released their annual report in which they mentioned that the overall capacity of announced and projects under construction has gone up to about 361 million tons. That's a total of 48% increase versus just the last year. 361 million tons of carbon dioxide to be captured. That many number of projects are already in action. And importantly, we stand to witness the positive effects of Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which was just passed last year. But within 1 year, we are actually starting to see huge commitments come in, large companies move in, and very publicly. I'm sure all of you would have noticed the remarks by from the CEOs of some of the largest oil and gas corporations. IRA is starting to actually make an impact as far as our decarbonization journey to net zero is concerned. I'm quite excited about today. We have a day full of expert speakers and people who are actually making the action happen on the ground. And they're going to actually talk to us about what needs to happen for us to accelerate the journey towards net zero, especially for the heavy industry. Now, before I outline a couple of things for today and what exactly we want to achieve out of today, let me tell you a bit more about Carbon Clean. Carbon Clean's purpose is simple. We want to deliver cost-effective, modular, scalable, and replicable carbon dioxide capture technology to the heavy industry. And the key word is the heavy industry. There is no replacement for steel, cement, waste, petrochemicals, shipping industry as we know it today. They will be here for some time, and we need to think about solutions today. Our vision is to deliver carbon capture at gigaton scale, and we are on a mission to deliver 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions as soon as possible. We've just been honored with the Terracotta Seal just this week, actually last week, by the Sustainable Markets Initiative launched by His Majesty King Charles III. And I'm quite honored to also say that COP Presidency yesterday awarded us the Changemaker Awards, Energy Transition Changemaker Awards. I'll actually show that to you in a minute. Yesterday, which again recognizes some of the important projects, important companies, important partners in this space who are actually trying to make the change happen today, here in 2023. As a company, we are headquartered in the UK, but we have operating offices in the US and India, and we have a growing presence here in the UAE. I think the region is absolutely leading the world as far as deploying the carbon capture technology at scale is concerned. We have, just a month back, ADNOC announced an expansion to their plans for increasing the carbon capture from 5 million tons to 10 million tons. And I've been told that this will increase again. You know, we need to match that kind of ambition literally in every single geography, every single region. We've been quite privileged to have a partnership with our local partners here. We've been delivering a project for ADNOC, which we announced in October. But we have great partnerships here in the region, and the representatives are here. Canoe Group are here. Crescent, I see they're here as well. So we have lots and lots of companies and partners who've been progressing and making this happen locally. I want to emphasize one thing. There is no one solution that's going to fit all the problems that we have today in terms of carbon dioxide emissions going in the air, or the net zero ambition that we want to achieve. As a company, as Carbon Clean, we are focused on providing and solving just two of those problems, which is the space and the cost. So the Cyclone CC technology, we'll talk about it today. Prateek has a session and we'll talk to you about what exactly are we doing with ADNOC. But it's a next generation technology where we are compressing the size of the equipment by 10 times so that you could put it inside shipping containers and you can actually deliver it. And I can say with some experience now, the unit we have locally here in the region, we actually delivered it on site and connected all the plumbing in 3 days. So the innovation in this space is actually happening, and it's happening at much faster pace that any one of us thought before. So back to today's event. As I said, we have an expert panel lined up just immediately after that, but there are quite a few people coming along after that as well, who would focus and who would talk to us about what exactly they are doing in terms of decarbonizing their footprint. And they would also tell us what technology, what solutions are required to get to the net zero ambition. But at the same point of time, how we are going to be financing those technology solutions that we have today. We'll be focusing on commercialization. We'll be focusing on innovation and delivery. We'll explore the development of common standards. At the end of the day, I'll be hosting a panel with Claude here from Savante where we'll talk a bit about the common standards. We'll talk about growing value chain, and we'll also talk a bit about the advancement of the next generation carbon capture technology. In the afternoon, we're going to give you a quick preview of a report from the Energy Futures Institute in the US that Carbon Clean is quite proud to have supported. The study outlines how developing specific industrial decarbonization clusters could potentially help in fast-tracking the delivery, a bit like based on the hydrogen hubs model. This will be delivered by Dr. Ernie Moniz, the ex-Secretary of State for the US Department of Energy, and he'll be joining us in the afternoon today at 2 p.m. for that. I want to probably cap up by saying that I'm really looking forward to listening from the experts that we have and the representative we have from the companies like SSE, from ADNOC, from Cemex, Fertiglobe, Alfa Laval, Samsung Engineering, and also from funding providers like Bank of America and JP Morgan coming in later today. So let's kick things off. We have got a lot of ground to cover today. Thank you. And could I now invite Ruth Herbert from CCSA for her keynote.
Thank you, Aniruddha. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the work of the Carbon Capture and Storage Association. I'm their CEO, Ruth Herbert, and I'll tell you a little bit about who we are, what we've been doing to accelerate the deployment of CCUS and why it's so important. So we're a trade association, so we are a group of companies across the CCUS value chain, and we're trying to drive forward the deployment, large-scale CCUS through advocacy, so obviously talking to decision makers about why it's important to move forward on it, but also collaboration, working together to try to create the standards to move the industry forward. So we talk about the whole value chain, and when people join, they get asked which box they want to go in, and I don't always agree with where they put themselves. But broadly speaking, we've got carbon capture developers, people developing technology like Carbon Clean. There's many people in this space. It's a very exciting space at the moment. We've got power and industrial members, and we've got CO2 storage members. We've got people looking at how to transport the CO2, whether that's by pipe, by ship, by rail, and people that are creating the supply chain for delivering all of that, and crucially also legal, financial, so insurance sector, for example, and consultancy services. So where are we with CCUS? Because there's a lot of companies there. They're all very, very active. but I could be accused of saying, you know, CCUS is nearly happening for quite a few years now. I've been in this job for 2 years, and I've seen the demand for CCUS grow hugely, but actually not a lot of large-scale deployment is happening yet. The IEA published this report, I think it was actually very recently, and they made really, really clear for their net zero emissions scenario how much carbon capture and utilisation and storage is needed. And of course, they've looked across the whole economy, and we know that we need a little bit of CCUS in power, we need a lot in industrial decarb, and we can also use CCS to make clean hydrogen for the industrial sector as well. And we have the opportunity to do negative emissions through direct air capture and bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. But the fact is, even though we need CCUS for quite significant sectors of the economy to decarbonise power, industry, transport, we are not making that much progress at the moment, and the scale of the challenge is huge. We're literally, well, they were saying we're little more than a third of the 1 gigaton by 2030 that was announced by the Carbon Management Challenge yesterday. So if anybody followed that, the Carbon Management Challenge is a group of countries that met yesterday about 4:30 in the President's room and said, we commit collectively to get to 1 gigaton captured and stored by 2030. Well, if we built everything that's currently committed to, we only get a third of the way. So I think they're going to need more members, or they're going to need to announce more ambitious plans. But the scale of the challenge is really, really clear, and that's just 2030. That's almost got to be kind of doubled by 2035, doubled again by 2040, and so on. What's happening in the UK? I think the slide looks a bit different to normal, but in the UK, which is kind of where the CCSA was founded, but we do have an office in Brussels as well, but in the UK, very much focus is on clusters. We've had a few attempts at delivering CCUS in the UK through looking at single projects, emissions point source to sink. But the most economic way of doing this is actually to have shared infrastructure. And for the UK, and I think this is true for many countries that I talk to as well, it's the opportunity to protect and grow those domestic industries that makes this so appealing to the governments, because we can't afford to have deindustrialization in the transition to net zero. We actually need to be making more stuff if we need to do the transition. We're going to need more cement and more steel for the transition. So we can't be deindustrializing. And it's really, really important for developing countries as well to know that there is a way to industrialize and achieve net zero, and that's using carbon capture and storage. So there are lots of job opportunities for this in industrial regions, and they're typically the places where the UK government wants to actually raise living standards as well. And we've got offshore storage is what we've chosen to do in the UK, and we've got a lot of skills and infrastructure there already. But there is also the recognition that the low carbon products that we make from putting CCUS on, whether that's cement production, steel production, are going to be extremely in high demand in the future. And in fact, I've seen the announcement by the UK, US, Canada and Germany also this morning that they are going to pledge to do public procurement of low carbon steel, cement and concrete. So I think we can already now see that demand pull for clean products. So the UK government announced 20 billion to support the first phase of projects in the UK. This was very much informed by work that we did looking at the cost of deploying CCUS around the UK and the benefits that that would bring to the economy in terms of jobs, as we've discussed, but also attracting inward investment, because other businesses want to locate in the regions where the CO2 infrastructure is. And we've seen that looking at business parks in the UK where we're going to have CCS-enabled hydrogen or CO2 infrastructure. They've been overwhelmed with interest in space in their business parks. I'm not going to go through all of this slide, but just to say that although the government is only talking to 4 clusters at the moment, there are actually 12 hubs of emitters or clusters, so emitters plus stores nearby, that want to move forward in the UK. And there are over 90 carbon capture projects under development, all at very different stages of development, but nevertheless there are 90 in the pipeline, 8 of which are very close to final negotiations on contracts with the government. It is worth saying, though, that some of these projects are a bit mobile. If they're greenfield projects, they may be planning for the UK, but they could move if they don't see progress soon. So we know that the government wants to take forward 4 clusters in the UK. And the government had set a target of 20 to 30 million tonnes by 2030 and 50 million tonnes captured and stored by 2035. And as the industry, we actually thought, can we deliver that? No one's checked with us whether we can deliver that or not. So we did a big project last year and we identified the building blocks for an effective CCUS industry. Foundation is the attractive investment framework. Then you need to see some early projects delivered using that framework to give the confidence to the rest of the pipeline. You need a healthy supply chain and skills. You need to know there's going to be sufficient storage, and that needs to be planned ahead of time because it's got long lead-in times. You need to know that there's a plan for mature transport network, that you will have access to that at some point in the future if you're an emitter, and that the public is supportive of this because there's a lot of planning involved, a lot of new infrastructure. And you've got to keep innovating because we need to get the cost of the technology down. And if we have a strong action plan under all of these pillars, then we think we can achieve the 50 million tonnes a year by 2035 in the UK. We have actually got actions under each of these and we're tracking them. So there are 29 actions and there are 37 stakeholders across the government, regulators, other stakeholder bodies, civil society, and this all drives the work of the Trade Association. And the important thing is that we're using external stakeholders to drive this work forward. So I was asked to talk a little bit more about some of the examples of the things that the industry is proactively doing. We're not just sitting around waiting for the government to allocate contracts. We recognise that we're building an industry and we've got to kind of work across the whole value chain on that. So some of the things that we've done, I mentioned before the 20 billion that was announced. That was on the back of a compelling case for investment that we did back in the beginning of this year. And also the work that we've done to engage with the government on the business models. And at the bottom corner there, you'll see the design of the carbon-based CFD, Contract for Difference, which is the main mechanism for driving investment in projects in the UK in industrial carbon capture. What that does, because we have an emissions trading scheme already, we have a CO2 price, it's not high enough to cover the cost of CCS. The carbon contracts for difference simply tops up the ETS price, enabling the project to go forward and have operational revenues. We've also done work, because we have all the different parts of the value chain in our membership, on bringing different bits of the value chain together to try to solve issues, and also working really, really closely with regulators, planning authorities, and the Environment Agency around permitting. We've done a lot of work with the Health and Safety Executive on regulatory frameworks, codes, standards. And in the UK, we've worked very, very closely with the government and the regulator to develop a UK CO2 network code. that governs how emitters can access the infrastructure and the rules of the game, if you like, between the network operator and the projects. And there is now an ISO standard for CO2 stream certification in pipelines. So I recognise this isn't very thrilling for 9 a.m. on a day at COP, but the reason for this, I think, and the reason I was asked to talk about this is to really explain that this is quite a developed industry now. We've spent quite a few years putting together some very concrete rules, if you like, as to how all these different businesses are going to work together. And they are really different businesses, and they all have to take very big financial decisions to make these networks work. And so having these kind of rules in place is really important. But the good news is a lot of the work's been done, and this can be copied and pasted into other jurisdictions. A case study of something else we've done, I talked about supply chain good practice before. We've done a lot of work on this, particularly recognising that there's going to be a really big squeeze in the supply chain globally as we get through the transition, and really also a lot of governments very keen, and it's very key to public acceptance, to see that there are local benefits from these projects. And we've done a lot of work to look at how to engage local companies in what are huge projects and trying to find those opportunities to bring jobs to local communities. And we've set out a good practice guidance, and the developers in the UK that are moving forward with the first projects have signed up to that and are reporting on how they're doing. So actually this was a commitment that we made to the government, kind of in exchange for saying to them that it's very, very important that they also support the supply chain in parallel with providing support to build projects to maximise opportunities for the supply chain. And they have announced 4.6 billion to support supply chain across the transition. Just under $1 billion of that is CCS supply chain is eligible for. The other bit of work that we've done is recognising that, of course, for the early projects, the contracts for difference, so the carbon-based CFDs, and the sort of centrally planned infrastructure rollout is quite important, and government's role is very strong in the UK on this, and I think we're seeing the same across the EU. However, we are going rather slowly, and just thinking back to that first chart where we saw how far behind we are where we need to be by 2030, it's absolutely important that we unleash the market a bit. So you saw there was, just in the UK alone, 90 projects in the pipeline and only 8 going forward discussing with the government. My view is all those projects should be able to move forward, and they should be able to go at the pace they need to go for what they're trying to achieve in decarbonising their business. One of the ways to do that, obviously, is to have an unlimited sort of pot of money from the government, but we all know that that's probably not going to happen. What we've been looking at is how do we look at the market mechanisms that are there, whether that's the emissions trading scheme and maybe some kind of carbon border adjustment mechanism like the EU are looking at to protect the industry as they decarbonise, or low carbon product standards. As I was saying before, I think those are going to be really important for drawing value through from the end consumer of the product. The voluntary market, again, especially when it comes to carbon removals, is already important. And also carbon storage obligation, which is something that the EU is looking at to try to drive the investment in CO2 stores ahead of when that demand is coming from the capture projects. So we've done a study on this with Oxford Net Zero. We've got a workshop on it next week. I think the point about this is to say that I think we're all realising there's lots of coalitions of the willing. There's lots of demand for this from industry. It's existential for them. But without market mechanisms that enable the costs of this technology to be met either through, a market that drives that, or through government support directly in the first instance, we're not going to see the levels that we need according to the IEA. So a huge amount of the work that we're focused on is looking at what are those longer term frameworks that will make this commercial ultimately. So that was a bit of a canter through some of the work, just really honing in on the things that I think have been really significant this year. And a lot of the progress we've seen actually at COP in the last couple of days is on the topics that I'm talking about. So I've been on lots of panels and pavilions in the Blue Zone, lots of governments inviting me to talk to them about CCUS. So it's really clear that it's accelerating around the world, but the deployment is still not on track with those countries' own ambitions. Companies that move early on this, I think, refineries, cement producers, they're going to corner the new low-carbon products market and the related supply chain for that. I think that's quite an exciting opportunity. So we just need to find a way to cover those costs through government support and market reforms. And there's lots of different incentives in place around the world. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but we do need to look at that wider market framework. So that's it from me. Hope that was a useful scene setter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for a really interesting view of the market there. And now our next session is an interactive panel discussion, and we're going to be talking about accelerating the delivery of industrial decarbonisation. So please join me in welcoming on stage our Chief Growth Officer here at Carbon Clean, KK Singhania. And joining KK for this panel, could I invite up our guests, Madeline, Irina, Julian, and Catherine, please. Please join me in welcoming them up.
Check. All right, thank you. So time really flies when we are having fun. Can't believe it's the 7th day of the COP. And energy is as much as it was in the first day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this panel discussion. Extremely pleased to be here. So without losing too much time, I would like to take a moment to introduce our fellow panelists. Mr. Julian Milchrist is the Executive Vice Chairman. Mr. Julian Milchrist is Executive Vice Chairman of Global Corporate and Investment Banking at Bank of America. He focuses on key clients globally within the natural resources space and also senior client relationships across all the sectors in the MENA region. Mr. Milchrist is also the firm's commissioner on the Energy Transitions Commission. He joined Bank of America in 2010 to lead the firm's energy and power team after spending 19 years in Citigroup. Over his career, Mr. Milchrist has overseen either the merger and acquisition or the public offerings of over $750 billion. He's a very trusted advisor to several CEOs and to the boards globally. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Milchrist. Thank you. Continuing with the introductions, I would like to introduce Ms. Madeline Gilborn. Madeline holds dual roles within Alfa Laval's energy division. She serves as the president of the business unit for electrolyzer and fuel cell technologies, in addition to her role as the head of clean technologies. In her capacity as the head of clean technologies, Madeline oversees a wide range of responsibilities, including public affairs, investment, and acquisitions, as well as the business development of various applications such as energy storage, hydrogen, and CCUS. Madeline holds a MSc degree in both industrial engineering and management, as well as biotechnology, extremely amazing, and from Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg. Welcome, please welcome Madeline here. Next panelist, I would like to introduce Ms. Catherine Raw. She's the Managing Director of SSE Thermal. Catherine is responsible for the strategy, performance, and development of the company's flexible power generation and energy storage activities. She joined SSE in April 2022, following being both Chief Operating Officer for North America and the Chief Financial Officer for international metals and mining firm Barrick Gold. Prior to this, she worked at BlackRock as the Managing Director and Fund Manager. Catherine has a wealth of experience in operational and financial performance, commodity markets, and investment management. She holds an MA in Natural Sciences from Downing College, University of Cambridge, and MSc in Mineral Project Appraisal from Imperial College London. And she's also a CFA charter holder. Please welcome Catherine. Moving on to our next panelist, Irina Gorbanova. Irina is a senior executive focused on sustainability, impact investment, and decarbonization with ArcelorMittal. At ArcelorMittal, Irina is responsible for executing strategic M&A deals and sustainable ventures in steel and mining. She holds the investment of XCarb, an innovation fund focused on companies developing breakthrough technologies to accelerate the steel industry's transition to carbon-neutral steelmaking. With extensive experience in M&A and venture leadership, Irina is passionate about a zero-carbon future for steel and mining industry and brings a forward-thinking perspective on how to achieve net zero goals. Please welcome Irina. So maybe there are 4 pillars of decarbonization globally that everyone is continuously evaluating, and were the main theme topics for the COP28. Technology, carbon pricing, regulatory framework, and mobilization of capital. So maybe just to get started, I would like to request Madeline for our first question here. How can we accelerate the scale-up and commercialization of CCUS into various industries for decarbonization?
So thank you. I think we had a good keynote here in the beginning, so I'd just like to re-emphasize a bit here, right? So carbon capture is going to be a very important piece when we talk about the hard-to-abate sectors to reach net zero. We saw from Ruth here, we have a good momentum in the announcements of projects, but something we have to recognize, it's less than 5% of those projects have an FID. So it's great that we have the momentum, but we also need to increase the employment rate and the implementation of carbon capture at large scale. One thing that is important is that the technologies to do this, they exist. The challenge is rather how we scale it, how do we deploy it, and how do we commercialize these technologies? Because yes, we can rely on policy support, but unless we make carbon capture commercially viable, it will be difficult to scale it in the pace that we actually need it. So we need to talk about how we commercialize it, how do we bend this cost curve to make this cost competitive. And I think there are sort of 4 things that makes this important. The first one was also mentioned by Ruth here earlier today. I think the hub and infrastructure approach is super important, that we get shared infrastructure, and we have to remember the storage part. Because we today utilize a lot, but in the scale-up we are talking about, storage will have to be a key component. The other one is standardization and modularization. If we want to bend cost curves, we have to standardize, both for those who are in the value chain, who needs to grow with this market, but also for all of the manufacturers, but also the economies of scale from the infrastructure side. We all know also that this process is energy intense. One important piece that can really make the cost curve come down is to system optimize and take the energy efficiency approach. We know that is 60% of the OPEX cost. We know how to bend that down. And lastly, it will take time before carbon capture come down in cost. And policy support will have an important role to bridge that gap. In particular, when we talk about infrastructure, storage, to really support that we get to the acceleration of implementation rate.
Thank you, Madeline. Very insightful thoughts. How to bring the cost curve down. We need technology, we need regulation, and we need the infrastructure to come up and hit the critical point to make the projects viable. Thank you very much. For the next question, I would request Catherine, please. What role can power sector play in industrial decarbonization, and what are some of the key technical challenges you would like the next generation of technologies to solve for you?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Power is often given as the example of what is easy to decarbonize, and I absolutely agree with that, which is when you look at the future electricity system, it'll be dominated by renewables. The challenge, and as someone that runs gas power stations today, is when you get 2-week periods of no wind, no sun, and cold temperatures, which doesn't happen here, I don't suppose, but it does happen in the UK quite a lot, and has happened over the last 2 weeks, and guess what? Our plant has been running baseload. And as a result, you sit there and you look at the future, and you say, what is the consequence of a renewables-led electricity system in which you have over 80–90% penetration of renewables, predominantly offshore wind, onshore wind and solar, with batteries that can only give you 4 hours type load, pump storage maybe a bit more, but you sit there and say, well, what is your backup? Who's going to provide it? And that's where that element of power is hard to abate, because at the moment, that is provided through gas, through coal, through diesel gensets. That's what's providing that backup power for when you need it, when the world wants its light switched on at 6 to 7 p.m. at night and there's no wind and there's no sun. So that's what I've focused sort of my strategy, my business on is, okay, what are the potential routes to decarbonize that flexible thermal capacity? Now, the importance of it is that, at least in the UK, but also elsewhere, there are specific targets on decarbonising the electricity system. So in the UK, we have a decarbonised power system by 2035. And so what it gives you is a target to say, okay, we can be an anchor demand for CCS, for example, through power CCS. The challenge with power is it's flexible and dispatchable. You only need it when the grid needs it. And that doesn't help an immature CO2 storage system, which relies or wants baseload CO2 in order to be able to grow the storage, to be able to deal with pressures, to be able to ultimately mature a storage system. And so the challenge we're facing now, as we get to, finishing our feed contracts, actually negotiating DPA, dispatchable power agreements with government, is working with the TNS companies to say, how do we deal with this flexibility? Ultimately, do you push power CCS to the back of the queue while other industrial users with baseload type emissions can provide that? Or do you build in that flexibility into your TNS system? Do you create buffers like liquefaction that can allow the CO2 going into the store to be steady, but allow the emitters to be intermittent? So these are the practical realities that come with an immature TNS system. The very fact, though, that we're having these discussions, the very fact that we're getting to the nitty-gritty of practically what happens when I switch my plant off or you have to go down for maintenance, tells you just how mature we are in this process of actually setting it up. But that's the big challenge for power, but also the critical role that we can play, which is we're a major emitter in the UK. We're located in industrial clusters. We can effectively subsidize and become an anchor source of emission for these clusters that allow the TNS systems to be set up and therefore allow other businesses to connect at a much lower cost. But dealing with the flexibility will be the challenge.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It's amazing that how much of the responsibility does the power industry shares to provide heat and power to our society. It's absolutely essential that we make progress on these points. For my next question, I would like to move to Irina. Irina, for ArcelorMittal, how are you looking at decarbonizing your own operations and what are the pathways to get to net zero?
Thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Aniruddha and Carbon Clean team for hosting us today. It's great to be discussing this important subject of carbon capture. I represent the steel industry. I'm with ArcelorMittal, and I've been in the steel industry for more than 20 years now, and this is the industry I'm truly passionate about. And I would like to, and I think, one thing before I answer your question is that I would like to speak about the credentials of steel, because steel is going to be so fundamental for the energy transition. Anything we talk about today related to the energy transition. I can hear myself twice. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Everything related to the energy transition, like, wind towers, solar panels, electrical vehicles, for all of those, you need a lot of steel. So it's, currently close to 2 billion tons of steel is produced globally, and this number is set to grow to 2.4, 2.5, depending on various estimates by 2050. The challenge, however, is that the way this steel is currently produced results in a very significant carbon footprint and CO2 emissions. So for every ton of steel produced in the conventional blast furnace route, it's more than 2 tons of CO2 which is being emitted. So you can do the math. Given the 2 billion ton production, steel industry results in just below 10% of global CO2 emissions. But Krishna, as you correctly said, this is something that we should frame as an opportunity for us to decarbonize and produce steel in the most sustainable way to ensure that we can support the energy transition by producing it in a net zero or low carbon way. So to answer the question, we, as a group, pledged to become carbon neutral by 2050. We also have an intermediate objective to reduce our CO2 footprint by 35% by 2030, which is like tomorrow. So it's quite an ambitious challenge. But nevertheless, we are determined. We developed a very comprehensive roadmap. And if you look at the key pathways, how we can produce steel in the most low carbon way, one of the credentials of steel is that it's infinitely recyclable. So to the extent you can recycle steel, I think everything should be recycled. And then if you use clean energy as a source of energy, you can get to a low carbon footprint. Then when we talk about primary way of producing steel, one of the pathways that we are pioneering is what we call innovative DRI. DRI stands for direct reduced iron. The innovative part comes because the way currently DRI steel is produced is using natural gas. So if we replace natural gas with hydrogen, we can again produce steel in a very low carbon way. The challenge with this pathway is the infrastructure around green hydrogen, because some of our facilities can be green hydrogen ready, but again, it's the infrastructure which we still need to develop in order to really utilize this pathway. Therefore, the second pathway that I'm personally really focused on and quite I think it's really essential for us. It's what we call smart carbon, and that's basically using our existing facilities and trying to see how we can reduce the usage of fossil coal by replacing it with a biocarbon, biocoal, and then utilizing carbon capture to really minimize the footprint through that pathway. And this is, of course, where carbon capture and leveraging carbon capture is playing significant role. The third primary way of producing low carbon steel, but it's still at it's not technologically advanced to the commercial scale, but presents a good potential, is direct electrolysis of iron ore. So we are developing a project in-house to produce steel using that method, and also through the fund that I run, which is a corporate venture capital fund of ArcelorMittal called XCarb Innovation Fund. We invested in one of our portfolio companies called Boston Metal, and Boston is developing a molten oxide electrolysis of iron ore technology.
Thank you very much, Irina. Very insightful how ArcelorMittal is following up with recycling and the DRI technology, and also innovative technologies like direct electrolysis of iron ore to get to the steel. Thank you very much. Julian, one very, very important question. So to make it all happen, we've got technology providers here, we've got emitters, industrial leaders who are very keen to decarbonize their operations. All of that requires a lot of liquidity. So how can financial institutions like Bank of America help us to achieve those financial capital that we need, in spite of all the global geopolitical challenges that the world is facing, which brings a risk with it? So.
Well, look, great to be here. I think maybe I'll frame it this way. First the good news, then the bad news, and then I guess I put a challenge out to the room a little bit. I think, look, the good news, I think, is, look, if you look at the top two thematics, I'd say, globally when we talk to investors. One is AI, the other is the energy transition. Those are the two big thematics people want to play. I think people haven't even really woken up to the reality that AI, if it's going to be what it can be, is it's going to be a massive impact in terms of energy demand that's not in many of the forecasts I see, right? So I think put those two together, I think the energy transition is one of those mega themes that people are absolutely keen to play across all parts of the chain. The second bit of good news, I think, is, look, whether it's us or other banks, and I'll speak just to Bank of America, look, we've got a $1 trillion commitment to both for our capital plus connecting other capital with the space to put into sustainable finance by 2030. So that's a big number. We're about a third of the way to it at the moment in terms of that target versus when we set it. And CCS is now part of that taxonomy internally, and that's true, I think, with most other banks. I'd say, wasn't maybe said explicitly, that probably wasn't the case 18 months, 2 years ago. So I think that's good news again for the sector. I think the more challenging piece is, look, at least for the moment, the markets are very short term. And I think everyone wants to get on the train, but don't necessarily feel they need to get on the train now. And I think that's certainly true on the equity side. And I think that puts constraints on the pace, and I think that's a large part of why there are a lot of projects, but they aren't all necessarily moving forward. And then, look, I think the sort of challenges I'd put on the table, I think are one to corporates really is, I think if I go back to the gas industry when it was built out in Europe in the sort of 60s and 70s, the infrastructure was built by the corporates who needed it and believed it. It was a kind of build it and they will come, and there's added value behind it. So I think my challenge to a lot of the corporates, whether it's the hard-to-abate consumers or some of the big industry on the oil and gas side and elsewhere sitting on the potential sinks, is, look, if you actually take it forward, the bank capital suddenly will start to flow, because you have, I think, absolute comfort that if the projects are moving and you take that project development risk up front, then equity will flow, and so will the balance sheet from banks like ourselves. And also, look, I think if you said, look, if you stop thinking about it as a project finance challenge and instead think of it as a corporate finance challenge, you know, it's much easier for us to put our balance sheet behind the bigger balance sheets, which again, when we're advising companies on trying to do strategic to equity placements, and then look, Carbon Clean is a good example, getting corporates that can also be part of that project solution on your balance sheet, I think is important. Also, connected funds like you run, Arena. And also, look, I was at an event at the House of Lords a few weeks back talking to about 25 private offices who are now starting to say, look, I'm going to go from impact philanthropy to impact investment, and that's, I think, another kind of piece. You look at, if you want, our last comment as an analog, you look at a client we've done a lot with in the SAF space. They had Amazon Ventures come in, and Amazon provided money at the Amazon cost of capital, and that made the project flow. We supported it through our partnership with Breakthrough Energy Ventures, and again, deployed capital at a discounted rate effectively. That will make the pilot happen, and then other projects will start to flow. So.
Thank you very much, Julian. In Carbon Clean, we certainly are benefiting for having strategic investors who are also supporting us and guiding us as we scale up our technologies. Thank you very much, Julian. For the next question, Madeline, if you don't mind me, what is the role that Alfa Laval can play in making the CCUS more cost-effective and also accelerating the energy efficiency plans?
Yes, so come back. So Alfa Laval is a world-leading manufacturer, and we do the components on the heat transfer side. And the heat exchangers are an important piece of the equipment to make CCUS commercially viable. We worked in numbers of the projects, I would say both pre and post combustions, in all of the major projects globally, already since 2007. And today we work very closely both with licensors, but also sometimes the end users, because what we want to address is the system optimization and the energy efficiency. Coming to that 60% of the OPEX is the energy intensity. And we know that we can take down 40% of the energy cost by doing the right optimization. And it comes to 2 points. One is to have the right technology. That can take down a lot on the energy intensity, but most importantly as well, you get to the footprint. Because when you scale this up, you need to also think about how large scale are these projects going to be. The second one is even more important. It is because we can optimize the system as such. But when you do carbon capture, you also have to look at the infrastructure around you. There is often excess heat available from the steel plant, the power plant. There is sector coupling from district heating networks. And if you can utilize the whole system optimization, we know we can take down the cost even more from the energy intensity. And that is what we do.
Thank you very much, Madeline. Clearly, in most of our conversation, the starting point from any of the emitter is what is the energy efficiency of the system that we are proposing. So extremely important point. Catherine, over to you for the next question, and which is very close to my heart, which is the collaboration and partnership. No one company can do it all. So how can different companies in different parts of the value chain can collaborate together to accelerate the decarbonizations?
Well, I think that's one of the benefits of the cluster approach. So the very act of saying, well, so what the UK did, and I think it's not just the UK, we've all learned from each other across multiple countries, is this idea of government saying, corporates come together and give us a solution, rather than governments dictating a solution. I wouldn't say it's perfect in that there's a whole load of competition law that gets in the way when you're trying to collaborate. But the act of industry being said, here is the opportunity, come to us with a solution, come to us with how you're going to bring it together, what your total emissions proposition could be, what your carbon sink is going to be, and ultimately what that could look like. Give us the vision of what that could be, has really mobilized activity in a way that we just haven't seen it. So at SSE, we've been trying to do carbon capture for 20 years. So we've already had a pilot back in 2012 on one of our coal plants, now shut. We had Peterhead, which is our power station up in Scotland, Power CCS proposal. That's had 2 goes at it previously. And both times government pulled funding because we were a single project. Ruth referenced it, it was a pilot. It couldn't economically justify itself. You couldn't see how it was going to scale. And so what's changed this time around is the ability to see how you get from the immediate subsidized funding mechanism to ultimately a commercial nirvana at the end that's self-sustaining and growing and driving economic growth rather than sucking capital out of the taxpayer. And so that for me has been the biggest advantage. And I think what it's also done is it's illustrated that industry, and I suppose your comments or the comments this morning, people genuinely want to decarbonize. I think there's an assumption that we're all trying to fight the future, that we're running away from it rather than running towards it. But the act of saying, look, you solved this problem for us, has illustrated how many industries and companies there are out there that really want to solve this problem and want to solve it fast. So that's the importance of collaboration. And the key is that cluster process.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think we all are in this together, especially when we are in the same clusters, we can pool our resources and synergize to bring the cost down. Irina, I do have a little bit of a cheeky question for you. So in the previous answer, you mentioned that you've got a very good roadmap. You're looking at different solutions to achieve net zero, a significant middle target 2030, and then net zero by 2050. If we have it all figured out, why do we need a fund?
Excellent question. Thank you, Krishna. Simple answer is, we as a group we want to ensure we are at the forefront of decarbonization, and we are leading our industry to net zero and leading really the energy transition efforts of the industry. And we want to ensure we don't leave a stone unturned, simply put. So in addition, of course, to all of the in-house initiatives and developing of some of the most pioneering pathways to produce low-carbon steel, we wanted to ascertain that we tap into the innovative ecosystem outside of the group and really look if there are some interesting technologies, startups, innovators working on some of those solutions to decarbonize the value chain of steelmaking, so we can potentially identify and support and help them deploy in order to really accelerate our journey to net zero. So that's I think the answer. And if you look at since we launched the fund, we did identify a number of technologies. So I think it's kind of fits perfectly with the comprehensive roadmap.
Thank you, Arina. I think we need more of these funds. Carbon Clean is clearly one of the beneficiaries from industrial support. Julian, this question has been prompted by my CFO. He's very keen that I ask you this question. So what criteria do you look at when you decide to invest either in the project or the companies?
Yeah, look, I think it won't surprise you, and it won't surprise Ian. It's what we look for in most projects, right? And then I think it's the kind of commercial frame around it, which is why I would echo the comments around the importance of partnership and clusters, because those are the for us, it's very easy then to see how the contractual structures kind of work and how you can get behind a project. So I think for me, when I look at and dig into the UK for a minute, if you've got the sort of RAB-based structure that the UK government's putting in place, you then have a sort of cluster framework around that. That starts to get to a point where we can say, look, that's financeable. So we're at that point, I would say, where we have enough confidence, particularly on the upstream and the store side of things, that we're saying to clients, look, if you move forward, we're going to be there because we can see how it can work, right? I think on the more the technology side, which is maybe more behind where Ian's question is, there I think it's a matter of getting through those first pilot projects to a point where you again got track record, because the biggest challenge there is going to one of our risk committees with that new technology. Once you're past that, again, I think it will become much easier, which to go full circle is part of why I was putting that challenge out there before, because for me what's important is getting those first few projects across the line, and that needs big industry to lead, and then we'll then be able to get behind that once that starts to shift. So.
Thank you very much, Julian, because proof is always in the pudding, so those initial pilot projects are certainly very crucial. Madeline, I would like to pull the thread of collaboration a little bit more, because we do need to learn and share more on the partnership side. So what more can we do as industry players to bring more different value chain partnerships together at the table? And can you also share some concrete examples that Alfa Laval has done to accelerate the partnership?
Yeah, so I think you said it very well, Catherine. I mean, if you took it from a hub's perspective, cluster perspective, or even from the perspective that we need completely new value chains that are need to be scaled up, I think the collaboration part is the key, and that requires also that we change how we do things, both within the private sector, but also how we collaborate with the public sector, because we simply don't have the time to scale as we do it today. I also agree just what you said here, Julian. I mean, what we need is those concrete, groundbreaking, large projects to take off so that we get the learning curves and also the cost curves to come down. And I think we have a really good collaboration also with Carbon Clean, which is one of those groundbreaking projects. It's called Liquid Wind. It is a consortium between Alfa Laval, Siemens Energy, Topsoe, and also Carbon Clean. And our ambition is to do first-of-a-kind e-methanol production at large scale. And we also have the first commercial scale to take FID. It has been purchased by Ørsted in the northern parts of Sweden. And also here during COP28, exactly what you said, we have now also Breakthrough Energy Catalyst from Bill Gates to come in and support together with the European Investment Bank to fund the project. We are already in the construction phase, and the plant will be in operation already by 2025. And this is where I think we come in, and I think it's a very good example of how we do this concretely and why we have the speed that we have today. So, for example, we have Siemens Energy for the hydrogen production. We come in as the heat optimization, energy efficiency of the process. So we work on the hydrogen production. How can we energy optimize that one? Then we work with Carbon Clean, looking at the bio-CCS, how can we capture the carbon and optimize that? Working with Topso on the e-methanol process, how can we reuse heat from the rest of the processes? And also looking at the plant where we are located. Only on the first project, which is the 50,000-ton methanol project, we have managed to save, only by working together, 4 industry leaders, 8 megawatt of energy. That corresponds to about 16,500 tons of CO2 emissions that never had to be emitted, just because we worked together, we shared the data, and we made a common design of how to optimize it from a system perspective and not a technology perspective.
Thank you very much, Maitleen. It's amazing how far along the liquid wind collaboration has come. I talked to Eberhard quite a bit. He said the whole conversation started in 2016 on the side of the road. and that's how much hard work has been put into developing that collaboration. Moving over to Catherine. Catherine, we technology companies are always in need of investments to get the projects over the line. And also, as per the Global CCUS Institute data, there's been a 102% increase in the number of projects in the pipeline just in the last 12 months. So what mechanisms or what levers can we pull or deploy to accelerate the investment into the new technologies?
Well, I think a lot of it is around, and Julian mentioned it, around the certainty of revenue structure. so you've got propositions, you've got proposals of projects, but clarity ultimately on return and the security of that return over time, and particularly if you see capex inflation, if you see delays in construction. So when I look at just my experience in both the hydrogen space and the CCS space, whether it's the dispatchable power agreement or the low carbon hydrogen agreements that the government's putting forward, they're quite strict in terms of, any delay over a commissioning period of 12 months, you then are at risk of losing your contract. And you're sitting there thinking this is a first of a kind of technology where all the OEMs are balking at the fact that they're going to take this risk. They're charging you through the nose, putting risk upon risk upon risk, and then you tell them, oh, by the way, we lose the contract if you haven't delivered within 12 months of your start date. So for me, the real way of unlocking these projects and opening up is to allow some flexibility in these contracts and to ensure ultimately that if there's risk, the risk is shared. It doesn't sit on one individual party, because on the whole, the party that is taking that risk is the project sponsor. It is the project, not the OEM, not the government. And so for me, that is what really unlocks it. But we are beginning to see it. And I think one of the things I've come away, I'm very government focused. I'm in a regulated industry, so government is always the sort of the other side. What's fascinating to me from this COP is around the voluntary carbon market and the other ways of being able to deliver that certainty and revenue to allow you to take the risk and to deliver a return on first-of-a-kind technologies, and being able to use a combination of funding mechanisms and revenue mechanisms in order to deliver it, I think, is already unlocking these projects. So we saw Ruth's chart. There's been nothing happening, and now we're beginning to see these projects moving to FID and in construction. And that, for me, has been the big change in the last 12 months, is these revenue mechanisms, be them government-based or be them market-based, are beginning to materialize, and people are therefore willing to invest off the back of them.
Thank you very much, Catherine. So one of my own personal observations over the years have been, generally the projects which are successful, they always deploy one team approach. So at the beginning of the project, making sure that we all understand the risk, we share the risk, and we mitigate it together for the success of the project. Thank you very much, Catherine. I don't know, there's a supplementary question from my CFO again. So what are the key criteria do you look at when you decide to make an investment, and what are the objectives of those investments?
So that's excellent question. Thank you, Krishna. And I understand why you're asking this question, because I know there are a number of corporate venture capital funds that are not necessarily focused on the core industry of the corporates, but more diversifying from that. So, if you look at companies like BP Ventures or Shell Ventures, they're not invested in oil and gas. technologies, but it's really something, more in the EV, AI, and other areas. Whereas ex-CARP Innovation Fund, we really have a strategic focus. So it's really to the extent the underlying technology can support our net zero efforts. And then we really take a holistic view. And I'm actually really enjoying this discussion because it's not just like one magic wand that will get us there. It's such a complex jigsaw, just such a complex puzzle, and we need all these pieces, and both on the technology innovation side and scaling it up, partnership. So the fund is really around technology innovation side across the value chain. All of the pathways I described, regardless of the technology pathway we take, we need clean energy and clean electricity, and that's the reason we invested in a interesting startup in renewable energy. We also invested in a startup in the nuclear energy because our facilities cannot operate just when the sun shines and the wind blows. We really need power around the clock, 24/7. So for that reason, we believe that nuclear has to be part of the mix, or another way to address the intermittent nature of renewable energies, of course, energy storage. So one of the startups we invested is developing an interesting technology around low-cost but long-duration energy storage because it's based on iron ore. Also, as you go along the value chain, we're trying to ensure that, each step of the way we are looking at various technologies. We also made an investment in a company called Tech, and they're developing a biofermentation technology to recycle the gases from the blast furnace and to produce bioethanol. And we just actually inaugurated a couple of months ago our pilot plant in Belgium. Again, Julian, to your point about scaling some of those technologies, getting some of those first demonstration, first of a kind plant. So this is an excellent example where we worked with one of the startups developing that. We built the pilot plant, and now it's addressing to an extent our carbon emissions in our Belgium facility because we use their technology and we capture the off gases. So that's, to answer your question, the objective is really strategic. Of course, there are technologies already existing, but again, given the massive challenge we are facing, I think innovation is so important. And like I said, we need to look at the innovation and then how we scale it up. You mentioned the project in Ørsted. We're actually the member of Breakthrough Energy Catalyst. So, it's something that we are looking at. And we made an investment through the fund into the Catalyst because that's exactly what needs to be addressed once you identified disruptive technology. How do you scale it? How do you go through this, gap between getting the project to the bankable stage and ensuring that you have funding. So, Catalyst provides this catalytic funding to support the emergence of this clean energy infrastructure. But again, going back to your question, the objective is really strategic. And then once we make an investment, with the investment agreement, we will usually sign some sort of strategic collaboration. So it's not just an investment in a passive manner that we invest and hope, it will multiply. Of course, that's what we hope for as well. But it's really primarily through the strategic lens. Once we invest, how we can work with the startup to deploy their technology or to have a joint development agreement to ensure that we bring it to the necessary scale and technology advancement.
Thank you. Rina, it's very interesting how strategic investments you have made to solve different pieces of value chain, and we all are beneficiary, like Lanzatech, et cetera. We all need those value chain elements to be solved. Julian, over to you. I would like to deep dive into your experience of mobilizing large amount of capital to help accelerate. And also, we would like to take a little bit of a short-term view that we need to solve the problem immediately ahead of us so that we can take a long-term view as well. So what would you like to see from the government in the next 12 months before the COP29 to accelerate the public and private funding into decarbonization?
Okay. But just before I go there, maybe just to pick up on where Irina was, I think it's interesting hearing you talk and saying, look, strategic is one of your investment criteria, because I think one of the challenges when you look at the public equity markets is when you talk about carbon capture, it's not green enough. And I think that's one of the challenges. And look, this is an aside. Anirudh mentioned the work he's been involved in with the SMI. One of the projects I'm involved in, the Energy Transition Task Force there, is can we actually start setting up some olive funds to kind of decarbonize, going from brown to not all the way to green necessarily. And I think an anecdote I give you quickly is we just tried to do a fundraise for one company, Decarbonization company. We had all 3 or 4 funds decline to participate because it wasn't green enough. And all 3 or 4 of those funds, CIOs invested personally because they thought it was a fantastic investment, which tells you the challenge is a little bit. So, look, back to the government question. I mean, look, I think, again, it's quite simple in some ways. It's just clarity. And I think that there's still a little bit, and I sit on the Energy Transitions Commission, as you mentioned in the introductions. They've put some reports out which says, look, yes, there needs to be carbon capture, but not that much. That's not, I mean, again, I'm a commissioner, so I'm not stepping back from the report. It's a great report, but it's one of the challenges, which is actually you want to have full clarity around, look, this being part of the solution. And I think that's back to my very opening comments. I think once you start to say, look, there's such a huge energy demand out there, once you add in things like the sort of tailwinds of AI and other pieces, and the reality of things will inevitably be a bit slower than you'd like, getting totally behind carbon capture is critical. I think look, it's changed dramatically, but the more that just becomes a central part of every government's rhetoric as to what the solution is with no caveats, I think would be super helpful to the finance sector and therefore to the industry.
Thank you very much, Julian. We'll certainly keep track of the progress over the next 12 months. We've got a room full of wonderful audience. I forgot to mention earlier that we do have some time to take 1 or 2 questions. So with this, I would like to open the forum if some audience have got some questions for our panelist here. Not for me, only for the panelist. Okay. Layout.
I'll be quick because I think there's another question from someone on the same table. 2 quick questions. Not much discussion about using the value of the carbon captured as part of the flywheel of financing capture and scaling capture. So interested in comments on that, and interested in comments on, particularly Irina, you have a plan, the extent to which you also see a role for industry leaders like yourselves to help other companies, including competitors in the industry. 2 quick points.
Okay. So, Julian, can I request you and Madeline, maybe, because you're working on Liquid project, creating utilization opportunities?
Yes, so I think, you need to... Can you just rephrase the first question? Just so
yeah, so how are we using the value created by captured CO2 to create a flywheel or more momentum?
Okay, so I think when we talk about carbon capture, you have to think about it both for being utilization part and also for storage. And I think we have to work on both processes at the same time. I'm coming from the northern part of Sweden myself, and in the northern parts of Europe, we'll have the biogenic sources of carbon. And if you have biogenic carbon capture, you have a utilization for it. For example, the e-methanol. It makes sense, but I think we have to look at it also from a geographical perspective. If you have biomass, you have an utilization in e-methanol. If you don't, it are different pathways for the captured carbon. And I think we have to work on both of those pathways at the same time.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, please go. Okay. No, just on the first. I mean, I think yes, it's part of the equation, but I think certainly when we talk about it internally, it can be part of why you're comfortable with the project, but it can't ultimately drive the project. The project needs to be kind of commercial of itself, and then there's something else on top of that, which I think again as you go forward in time, and there's more clarity on the carbon price, and there's more clarity and liquidity in that carbon pricing mechanism, we'll be able to do a lot more. Sorry, apologies. I'm just going to apologize for, I had to jump to bad news I had to go. The good news is I'm going to another carbon capture panel in the blue zone, which I need to run for, so apologies.
Thank you very much, Julian. I think Catherine has got a quick message.
Well, I was only just going to add to the other value is actually in the storage itself, which is, you know, particularly when you look at the North Sea, the question is, can we pull that resource and be able to then take CO2 from more than one country and actually create value that way, because you're providing a service to other countries. So it's not specifically the utilization of CO2, but it's the utilization of the storage, and that becomes a service, and you can charge for that service, and that's how you create a commercial element to storage, which currently doesn't exist.
Thank you very much. Laura has told me time is up, and I don't want to mess on the 7th day of COP with her. So thank you very much. Our panelists will be around for some time. If you have any questions, please do. And a big round of applause for our panelists here. Madeline, Catherine.
Thank you very much, KK, and to our panel for a really insightful discussion. So thanks for joining us today. And now, demonstrating Carbon Clean's commitment to collaboration and partnering in scaling up CCUS, I'd like to welcome to the stage to sign an MOU between our two organizations, Aniruddha Sharma, co-founder and CEO of Carbon Clean, and Sami Hunaidi, CAO and executive committee member of Gulf Cryo. Please join us up on the stage. Thank you very much. Okay, we now have a short refreshment break served just outside the room in the foyer. Please join us for some refreshments and a network opportunity, and we will see you back here in 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
to me. 'Cause loving you is everything, everything to me. I feel like to believe, I feel like to believe in love. I feel like to believe in you. I feel like to believe, I feel like to believe, I feel like to believe in you.
Hello, hello. Could I just ask everyone to come back in the room, please, and to take your seats so we continue our program. Thank you very much.
Before you call the whole panelist, allow me like first 2 minutes to quickly introduce the guy for the next panel. Before we start the next panel, I want to quickly invite our CEO for introducing our partners. Okay. 2 minutes. All right.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. It's now my pleasure to introduce Carbon Clean's co-founder and Chief Technology Officer, Prateek Bum. Prateek is going to introduce you to Cyclone CC. Cyclone CC is our breakthrough disruptive new technology that builds upon the 90 patented process and solvent that's proven in nearly 50 technology reference sites globally. So welcome to the stage, Prateek Bum. You want to do it now? I apologize. We're going to pause on that. Just want to hand over briefly to Aniruddha Sharma.
Thank you, Ian. We have, just before the break, we made a small announcement about the partnership with Gulf Cryo, our partners here locally. I talked about in the morning the need for partnerships, and not only just from the emitters, not only just from the technology developers, but also from the people who actually make this happen on the ground. I want to maybe take a minute just ahead of starting the next panel. Maybe want to take a minute to quickly introduce Sammy, the CAO of Gulf Cryo, and maybe give him a mic for 2 minutes or 3 minutes to tell him what exactly Gulf Cryo does and how does this partnership is going to work. Sammy, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Here from Gulf Cryo. We're the leading industrial medical gas supplier, and we focus very heavily on CO2 production. We're the first carbon capture CO2 manufacturer in the region since 2014. And we're very happy to be here to have this collaboration and partnership with Carbon Clean. So the way we envision things moving forward is that we'd like to speed up the production of clean CO2 across the region. And we've been focusing very heavily with partners, technology partners, to develop more utilization applications for the CO2. So I think there's a lot of collaboration that's required in the region, and we'd like to see a lot of actions going forward. And very happy to work with Carbon Clean to develop the future of the region.
Yeah. Do you maybe quickly want to talk about the project, the CCS project?
Yeah, of course. So we're working on the project in Saudi. So there's a couple of, it's not only one project, but there are a couple of projects where we've identified potential sources, and we've worked very closely with the Carbon Clean team to develop this project. So we'll be the off-taker. We focus on different applications with different partners as well to utilize the CO2.
Okay, great. Well, looking
Thank
forward
you.
to the partnership here as well.
Same here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. No problem. Ian?
So sorry, just a slight program change there. We'll come back to Pratik a little later in the day. We're going to move now to another panel in our program, a fireside chat that's going to be hosted by Aniruddha Sharma, our CEO and co-founder, and joining him for the discussion are guests that have joined us today, Hanan, Haroon, and Wansik. If I could ask you please to come up and join Aniruddha on stage for this discussion. Please welcome our moderator and panelists.
Right, so it's been interesting, a very interesting day, very good start, very energetic start. But I want to actually just make a quick correction. I think from Fertiglobe, we today have Gert joining us. So that's just a quick, small change. The next generation of CCUS technologies, coupled with the private and public partnerships and policy enhancements, they can reduce the cost, and they can help deliver CCUS and carbon capture scale. I think this is just the beginning, what we've been experiencing here at COP under the presidency of Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, and I think this will continue. This is just a start. This session will focus a bit on the showcases on the innovation and especially the technology. Those are needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors, and I have an expert panel. I have the pleasure of today of hosting Hanan Balala from ADNOC, Gert de Rademacher, I'm going to try this.
De Rademacher.
From Fertiglobe, and Wansik Cho from Samsung Engineering. The format is pretty simple. I am going to sort of hand over the panel and the mic to all our speakers so that they can actually introduce themselves, their work, their company, and maybe give us an example of what they are really excited about in terms of their work. We'll have a couple of questions then for the panel, and then after that we'll probably have, if we have some more time left, then we can actually go towards some questions from the audience. So let's get started. I'm actually quite interested in listening. Hanan, I want to bring you in first.
Well, would like to thank Carbon Clean for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Thank you for extending the invite to myself and my colleagues here. And welcome everybody to the UAE, to the COP of Change, to the COP of Action. It's actually a very exciting time for myself, I'm sure for you and for the nation. So happy to be here. Maybe I can provide some context about who I am, what I do, and what my companies do in ADNOC. So I'm SVP of New Energies in CCUS, hence, Carbon Clean is a key stakeholder of ours. We're very excited to work with them. We look at energies of tomorrow, so the world will need more energy. That's unquestionable. But we need to provide clean energy to meet the demand of the world. So part of the exciting stuff that I look at currently is the decarbonization of our ongoing operations. I look at blue and green hydrogen, I call it low carbon hydrogen. We look at carriers of hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and whatnot. And we work with the industry partners to provide the fuel of the world. We also have a big focus on carbon capture, transport and storage. It's something that cannot be ignored as part of the energy mix today. We look at technologies, and because it's something that we cannot deliver alone, it's something that we need technology partners to provide the right technology and deployment of technologies to be able to make the viable cases to decarbonize. We're also looking at biofuel. We're looking at everything that is clean and provides energy for the world. So indeed, very exciting time to be working with Carbon Clean and to be in the industry. and and in the energy sector particularly.
Okay, thank you, Hanan. Yes, also from my side, thank you for hosting this event and for inviting Fertiglobe and for being here. It's a nice opportunity. So let me maybe introduce Fertiglobe. We are quite a young joint venture established in 2019. Our major shareholder is Orascom Construction Industries. And we have a big partner, ADNOC, who is owning 37% of our shares, and the rest is stock listed here in Abu Dhabi. We produce fertilizers, mainly urea and ammonia as intermediate product, and we have also merchant ammonia. So we produce in the UAE, in Egypt, and in Algeria. In total, we have own production of 4.5 million tons of urea, and we buy and sell an extra 1 million tons, so we do 5.6 million tons of urea per year. Knowing that the total urea market in the world is 180 million ton, we are quite a big player in the urea market. Ammonia is also like 180 million tons of ammonia produced annually over the world. From the 180 million ton, only 18 million ton is merchant. So 10% is merchant, all the rest is locally upgraded to other products, mainly fertilizers. We do 1.5 million ton of this merchant ammonia. So we do more than 10% of the global ammonia market annually. That is from the plants that we have just in the 3 countries that we have. My role is Vice President Manufacturing, so I'm responsible for the production in 3 countries. I joined the company 1.5 years ago. Today I'm replacing Harun, who unfortunately couldn't make it. And I'm passionate about all the projects and all the initiatives we are doing. Very concrete examples, and I can come back maybe later on it, but very concrete examples we do in Egypt and in the UAE, together with Carbon Clean is one of them. And we're excited to probably start up the unit in 2 to 3 weeks from now in Ruwais, in our fertile production unit.
Thank you. Wansek.
Hello, this is Wansek Cho. It's been an honor to be invited to this panel discussion. So I work for Samsung Engineering as the Vice President of Sustainable Technology Business Team. It's a very long name, but mainly I do take care of all the sustainable technologies, starting from green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, ammonia, and carbon capture, of course, and also renewable fuels. So Samsung Engineering is the first engineering company established in Korea when South Korea was going through very fast track industrialization, building a lot of refineries and petrochem complexes. And now Samsung Engineering is one of the most renowned global engineering contractor, doing the businesses in not only Asia, but also in the Middle East and the US and Europe as well. So currently, Samsung Engineering is very, very focused on providing or developing the project and also delivering the projects in the sustainable sectors, such as hydrogen, the ammonia, and also especially the carbon capture as well. So we are very closely working with the Carbon Clean to develop and deploy the Carbon Clean's RPB technologies into various industries. And I'm very proud of that joint effort. And also, Carbon Clean is one of the companies that we invested. So very nice to meet with you today.
Thank you, Wansek. Gert, I want to go straight to you. Maybe you're on the sharper edge. You mentioned a couple of numbers on the ammonia and the urea. What are the key technologies and strategies that you see could be deployed by the industry to accelerate decarbonization?
Well, the technologies and what we do with it is we are working hard both in the UAE and in Egypt on producing green hydrogen and upgrading it then via the back end of our ammonia plants to green ammonia. I'm happy to announce that 2-3 weeks ago we made it public that we did the first shipment of purely green ammonia from Egypt towards India, where Unilever bought the product from us, and they use it then to make green laundry powder. It's challenging. we face a lot of problems. We have been producing there from, let's say, January till May. Then we faced, together with the technology provider, some technical problems, also some safety issues. So there has been a huge upgrading program going on in the last months. This week, we are doing the last changes on the software, and we normally shall produce again purely green ammonia from January onwards. Today, this is a 5 megawatt electrolyzer as a demo. It's a PEM technology, and we are ready to scale up to 15 with this demo project. And yeah, that's the status in Egypt. Moving then to the UAE, there we are happy to work together with ADNOC, where in our Fertile 1 unit, we capture CO2, we liquefy it, and then we bring it 80 kilometers further to the Jalala well, and there we inject it into the ground. It's a project where we will do like 18,000 tons, I think, that we will capture and inject it into a dedicated well for the storage of the project. And then last, but certainly not least, we are working in Fertile 2 in our ammonia plant there, together with Samsung and Carbon Clean, to do 10 tons per day of capturing CO2 out of the flue gases of our primary reformer. And the good thing is that we as urea producer, we need CO2 as a raw material. So I think in the previous panel debate, there was a question how to valorize the CO2 that has been captured. Well, in our particular case, we immediately upgrade it to ammonia. So we are really anxious to see what are the operating parameters that we will face with this 10 tons per day unit. And we're hoping then later on to work together on an upgrading project, because we can use another 200 tons a day of gaseous pure CO2 to produce extra urea. We have the ammonia available. Our urea plant can capture or can use the CO2. All the equipment is there. We just need the CO2. Yeah. So fascinating to see how it's going.
Thank you, Gert. And I definitely I'm quite excited, and I'm looking forward to that as well. I want to maybe zoom out a bit and then go to Hanan here. I think there's been a lot of discussion about CCUS and some misunderstanding as well. So I think if you could sort of maybe lay down the CCUS, how do you define, what do we talk about CCUS, and is this a pivotal solution we require to net zero?
So indeed, exciting times to be speaking about CCS or CCUS. I think, as I iterated previously, it's CCUS is going to be part of the decarbonization mix. I think today people speak of renewables, and renewables, while it's an important component toward decarbonizing, is not going to be the only solution. And at the end of the day, you would need a system that incorporates all the solutions combined to be able to achieve your targets. Today, the renewables, you have the intermittency issues, and you have hard-to-abate sectors that will need to decarbonize. So I cannot envisage a world where decarbonization is going to be real without carbon capture. It's definitely an essential part of the mix. And what we do in ADNOC as well is a testament to that. We're currently doubling down on our commitment when it comes to carbon capture. So we've taken it from 5 million tons by 2030 to 10 million tons. And I can tell you there are more exciting plans in the pipeline. But this is something that we have committed already to. I think 4 million tons are already committed and partially installed. So we have a Riyadh that captures around 800,000 tons of CO2 per year from a local steel manufacturer, and it's being stored in one of our, it's actually being used for utilization for EUR. So I think carbon capture is going to be definitely there. It's exciting times, but there's a long way of challenges ahead of us because, I mean, whether it's fiscal regime and policy making, that's one challenge. And I think we as a region here, we've got a lot to learn from what's been done elsewhere. There's also technology challenges. I mean, I'm very happy to see Samsung Engineering and Fertiglobe and Carbon Clean. I think you have the right stakeholders in the room to be facing and discussing the issues. So the technology needs to be upscaled. The technology needs to be deployed and tested. And, as ADNOC, and glad to see the collaboration with Fertiglobe and Samsung, this is exactly what we need to do as a sector. Additionally, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of balancing the plant and engineering. I think that's going to be a key component in terms of optimizing the cost. The biggest challenge we face today, the technology is there, but how can we reduce the cost and how can we upscale it? And this is where we need to deploy more technology. We need to be working with people like Carbon Clean and others to be able to understand and take the issues down. So maybe one thing that I'm very excited, I would like to use this forum to announce is that ADNOC has just founded and was the founder of the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, and it's one of the things that I'm very proud of. It's great to see 50 companies, oil and gas companies, sign up to that, representing around 40% of the global oil and gas sector or production, and it incorporates things that are very key to carbon capture technology and deployment and investment in renewables, how we monitor and verify greenhouse emissions, and provide secure and energy for the future. Because I think people tend to forget, and I'm sure some of you have run into some of these protesters outside. And while I understand where they're coming from, it's just not practical. And we were discussing this ahead of this panel. The world needs energy, and I think I was watching a video where the energy minister of India is like, you've got all these people rallying up and saying we don't need oil and gas. In a country like India or maybe China, you've got people who are burning wood. I'm not even going to say coal. They're burning wood in villages. So the world needs energy, but we need to provide cleaner energy. I would like to leave you with this anecdote, because it was very personal for me to just picture somebody who's sitting in a village and trying to cook, or I think in a place like India, it's probably not as hot as here. I'm sure it gets hot, but trying to provide heat or the needed energy for their homes. So just leaving you with this, because I'm sure as an industry, you'll get a lot of that, and I'm sure you also, Anirudh, and some of the others here. We need cleaner energy, and we cannot take carbon capture out of the mix. You need cleaner energy, you need renewables, you need carbon capture, you need everything else.
Exactly, and I completely agree with you, especially, I come from India, and still 300 million people do not have access to energy. Right, so we definitely need that as a conversation here. It's not just about clean electrons, but also clean molecules. How do we get there? And this is where I want to bring one sec. If you could maybe talk to you a bit about the efforts from Samsung, but at the same point of time, what specifically you are excited about as far as CCUS is concerned. I think you've had the experience of working on blue, green, pink, yellow. I mean, all the colors possible now.
Yeah, so I have a lot of interesting things going on now, and also, as a Samsung group of companies is the largest company in Korea, and also emitting a lot of CO2, and we need to actually decarbonize those production facilities as well. But one thing that excites me very well, the most these days, is actually the marine applications. So, anybody heard about SAF? Sustainable aviation fuel? Anybody? Yeah, everybody knows about SAF. It's so hot topic these days, right? And what about OCCS? Anybody heard about OCCS? Not many, right? So interestingly, the maritime shipping industries, contribute 3% of the world CO2 emission, which is actually bigger than aviation industry, right? Have you noticed that before? So a lot of efforts and a lot of attention is putting into those aviation sectors, utilizing the SAF, which probably reduce about 40% to maybe 70% of the CO2 emission, right? But what about the marine applications, right? So there is an IMO, it's like a counterpart of ICAO, putting regulations on the decarbonization of the shipping industry. But that's where we need to pay a lot more attention. It's almost the same level as the aviation industry. So that's where Carbon Clean and Samsung Engineering is working together to actually commercialize the onboard carbon capture system on the ship. So one of the benefits is that not all the vessels needs to be equipped with the carbon capture system. They can deploy the different type of marine fuels like ethanol, or maybe ammonia, or maybe hydrogen, probably further away. But also one of the things that I learned when I talked to those, the shipyards and also, the experts in the marine industry, is that there are a lot of new ships built based on marine fuel, conventional marine fuel. Retrofitting those vessels to, methanol or ammonia propulsion system, that's even, it costs more money than building a new ship, right? That's where the dilemma is. So what I see in the future is that, there will be a certain percent of those ships, which is worthwhile to convert, needs to be equipped with the carbon capture, right? So, and the challenge of the marine application of the carbon capture is, as you can imagine, we have limited real estate in the ship, right? So we need to have a very compact system, and also it needs to be very energy efficient with very low OpEx. That's where conventional aiming, tower-based aiming system is not really working well with that with that industry. And also another challenge is the load. I mean, the load from the engine is varying from 20%, 30% to 100%. It varies a lot, and that's not really well coupled with the conventional tower-based aiming technology. So that's why we believe that, actually I believe that the perfect technology for those marine application is the Cyclone CC, and we are working very hard and very diligently together with Carbon Clean to actually commercialize those technology into the marine applications. So soon we're gonna have a pilot project together, I hope, right?
Exactly. Well, I'm quite excited about that as well. How do we actually put carbon capture on ships? I was talking to Chief Sustainability Officer of Amazon yesterday, and they said they move 1 billion packages between Europe and US every week. And they said the biggest footprint they now have as a company is actually logistics. So anything that they could do to decarbonize that, they're extremely excited, and they're looking forward. I actually also want to maybe bring this conversation out to places like what other technologies in this space work, because one of the good examples, so yesterday we were awarded the Changemakers Award by the COP presidency, the Energy Transition Changemakers Award, and it was actually for a project where we'll be looking to produce e-methanol from a biomass plant, so carbon capture, hydrogen, and e-methanol going to a ship. I want to maybe ask each of the panelists, what other technology innovations are you excited about, one? And number two, do you think that there is a need for these innovations to work together? There's no such thing as 100%. It most likely is some kind of lever. Yeah. Hanan, if we can start.
So this is another discussion where you bid on certain technology, and I'm a big believer in DAC, direct air capture. I believe removal is going to be real and is going to play a big role, especially for sectors like aviation, where it becomes very difficult. Because if you look at the aviation sector, I mean, how can these guys decarbonize? You have removal credits, which is widely accepted by the aviation sector and also by different regulators, or you have SAF, synthetic aviation fuel. Now, when you look at that, if you look at biofuel, the issue is the feedstock, there's limited. And if you look at the CO2, you need biogenic source. And if you look at green hydrogen production, that's another challenge. So you're talking about something between now or maybe 2030, there's going to be real viability and business cases. It doesn't mean that people should not test and play. People should have a sandbox and they should deploy different technologies, because if you don't do that, the cost never goes down. But hence, if you look at the aviation sector, this is the only way people in the aviation sector that they can decarbonize. And hence, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Oxy to look at carbon engineering as a technology. We're talking about big plants, DAC plants. We're talking about partnership in the US. There's a number of plants being looked at, designed in the US, as well as something here in the region. So very excited by direct air capture. I think it's one of the things that will really contribute to a positive impact in decarbonization. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I first want to come back to the topic of the maritime also. So we have also, of course, because ammonia is seen together with methanol as the potential fuel of the future for the maritime. But just to put it in perspective, as I told earlier, today the world production globally of ammonia is 180 million tons per year, and it took us 100 years to get to this level. If you completely convert the maritime sector to ammonia, you need in total 500 million tons of ammonia. Yeah? So the scale is just massive, but it also tells us a lot about the potential. And also, I really believe also there is no one silver bullet that you will do and that's it. So we as Vertiglobe, we also try to work out blending directives together with the governments worldwide, in fact, and there has been, because we need legislation to create demand. It's costly at the moment to take off the blue product, the green product is very costly, and we believe strongly that without legislation or without governmental rules, it's going to be very difficult to create a demand. And if the demand is not there, the banks will be hardly there to finance the project. So it's a bit a chicken and the egg. And I think what we require from the governments is legislation and then possible also financial aid. But there are some good examples. I think if you take road fuels, I think in the EU there is this renewable energy directive where there is a mandate to blend cleaner product together with the conventional product. There is more to come with the RED III legislation coming up. I think the United States has also the renewable energy mandate. So the blending strategy, I think it's it's a very wise strategy, and it's ideal to create a transition. Yeah? We can all dream of the ideal future, but let's forget about that. Let's see what is actionable today, tomorrow, and soon. And then the blending technology is something where we believe a lot in, that you blend blue product or green product together with the conventional products.
One sec.
Yeah, so I want to talk about two technologies, right? So one is the ammonia backcracking, and the other one is the e-fuel, right? So first of all, ammonia backcracking. So we all now believe, it seems that there's some competition about LOHC or liquid hydrogen or ammonia as a carrier of the hydrogen. But it looks like ammonia is winning, right? Everybody agrees. So once those ammonia is transported or imported to a country who needs convert that ammonia into energy, they need to backcrack it, right? So from that perspective, I mean, the cracking, we are very interested in commercializing those cracking technologies. So actually, Samsung Engineering is working on two small commercial scale project development in Korea, and we are looking for the partners and investors as well. But we believe that that's one of the technologies that we need to verify before to make it the ammonia becoming the dominant the carrier of the hydrogen, right? That's first thing. And second thing is about e-fuels. I mean, as Hanan said, I mean, there's current technology, renewable fuels, mainly based out of the bio stocks or feedstock is very, very limited. I have an interesting story about SAF. Our current SAF is out of used cooking oil, or animal fat or tallows and things like that. So used cooking oil has the highest efficiency when converting to the SAF, right? So in China, used cooking oil is more expensive than the brand new cooking oil. So they are just removing the caps and selling as the used cooking oil, and they make more money, right? That's the situation. So we need a different source of feedstock to make those kind of fuels, and I believe the e-fuel is the future. And also Europe, there is a mandate for the SAF, now, and also it's increasing, right? 3%, 5%, 10%, eventually 60-something%. But out of those SAF, there is a mandate for the e-fuel as well. I think that's the right way, right? So e-fuels still is a hydrocarbon, but we need green hydrogen, and also we need carbon. And carbon is coming from CO2 capture. So I think that's why I believe the future of the e-fuel technologies.
Okay. We are probably headed towards the end of the panel, but I want to definitely pick your brain, given that these are the challenges you deal on a day-to-day basis. What are a few of the biggest challenges that you see in delivery of large-scale deployment of decarbonization technologies in the next 3 to 5 years?
So the biggest challenges, I think scalability is a big challenge. I think cost is also another challenge, but while these are challenges, I see them as an opportunity. And hence, technology providers has to work with companies and with different companies in different sectors to be able to face those challenges. If we don't take the challenge and decide to deploy and experiment with the technologies, we will never get there. So while we talk about technologies, and a lot of them has got a lot of potential, if we don't deploy them, and hence I'm very happy to see about the work that Carbon Clean is doing, with Fertiglobe and Samsung and others, because this is exactly the right attitude and the mindset that will enable you to get to that scalability and that cost optimization that are required. You meet people, executives will always be worried about the business case, but then you have people who need to set aside the fund, and hence, all these announcements that are happening in COP about the energy transition, people can tap into the right funding to get that mandate delivered. So it's an ecosystem that needs to work together between the technology providers, the financiers, and the industry developers, and having that come together will be the right attitude and the right path toward facing those challenges.
Yeah. I have to say, I mean, we also need pioneering companies like ADNOC to actually take the first step forward to actually say, well, actually, we'll be the first one to make it happen.
I agree 100%. 100%. And from that, we have allocated this year $15 billion to be funding the energy transition. So that fund has been allocated, is about getting the right projects involved.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are only at the middle of the COP as of now. It's just, we are halfway through. And I was reading through, over $60 billion has already been mobilized under the presidency of Dr. Sultan Al Jaber within the COP system. So I think this is something really, really good news. Gerd, biggest challenges?
Yeah, for the challenges, first of all, I completely echo what Hanan says on scalability. The challenge and the opportunities also that we have going forward are massive. We spoke about more energy, clean energy needed by the world. Of course, we are a fertilizer producer. Today, we are 8 billion people on the globe. In 2050, we are expected to be with 10 billion people. So in the next 25 years, we need to feed 2.5 or 2 billion people extra versus today. 2 billion people extra need to eat. It is massive, the challenge. Yeah? So scalability, for sure, I can't echo it more. The other topic I would like to bring up is really legal platforms and legislation. Yeah? What we see in Europe, what we see in the United States, it's only, the real demand is only really coming in when there is a legal platform behind. We struggle today, to be honest, with all the projects we develop, is to sign off-take agreements. Yeah? Why would the customer, and many companies are interested, we speak in the ammonia space, we speak literally to all the maritime companies, we speak to the Unilevers of this world, we speak to the Amazons, we speak to all of them. Why would they pay so much extra versus today? So to bring the cost down is one thing, but in order to get it going, we need really more legislation. And as I said earlier, in the fuel business, we have seen good examples. The maritime, so you spoke about it, one sec. So Europe has this regulation for the maritime fuel I think the fuel EU directive, where by 2025, the CO2 emissions need to reduce by 2%, by 2030, I think by 6%. But IMO today is not building on that. So we are really eager to get more proactive approach from organizations like IMO to really force also the maritime industry, not only to look aside and to see what is possible, to really take the extra mile and to make it happen. And for that, we need legislation.
One sec, biggest challenges?
Yeah, so again, I have two things, right? The first, I feel a little bit sorry about that, about additional 2 billion people you have to feed because I have 3 kids. But in the meantime, so 2 challenges I think is one is about the government policies. We need to have a stable and most importantly, predictable policies, right? As long as we can predict where the policies are going, then and we can put those into the economic evaluations, and we can make the project right? But if policy going this way or that way and swaying like this, then it's very, very difficult to make an investment decision. I think that's one of the things that we need to make sure. And also, second thing is that it's about the, all these regulations and policies and, and government subsidies. I mean, for example, Fit for 55, IRAs, and, CBAM, and even I consider myself as one of the industry experts, but I cannot, follow all those regulations or, policies.
Need a carbon price.
Right? So we need to have a very standardized, very simple, I think, a metric, right? For example, in the refining industry or gasoline, I mean, motor fuels, there is Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4, Euro 5, or something like that. Very, very easy to understand. I mean, but I think, cleaner energies or carbon capture, I don't think we have that kind of system developed yet. Together with consistent policy, I think those are the things that I want to see in the future.
I think I think the point on policy is actually spot on, and the price on carbon. I think the beauty of Inflation Reduction Act in the US, I've spoken to quite a few people, is actually they've said literally $85 per ton. And that's it. You don't actually need to do anything, no applications here and there. However, I think they are now starting to develop the policy around the permitting and the planning and how these projects will be built, which I think is a natural extension of how this will work. So lots of challenges to fall in here as we go towards and work towards net zero. I think we probably have question for maybe one person, if someone wants to have a question. Any burning questions here? Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
The question is to you here. Trying to understand more about the factors affecting the business decision. The factors affecting the business decision around the 3 carbon capture projects that you just mentioned. And I'm more interested in the storage one. How do you take the business decision behind capturing carbon dioxide and storing it? It's very clear green ammonia, it's a sale of ammonia. The use of carbon dioxide as one of your feedstock is also understandable. But storage, how do you evaluate that? How do you evaluate the system that's going to do that for you?
Well, actually the most concrete example we have on the storage and on the FID component was coming back to the United States, where honestly our major shareholder there, based on the IRA, they got very clear financial aid. It was crystal clear how much it would be. We knew quite well what the cost would be of the project. So then it's quite easy to make the calculation. Where we still struggle in the whole business case and to get the proper FID is how will the future demand look like? Can you really valorize the product that you're going to sell at the cost that you're going to have? In the long run, the first years you get subsidy aid, you get all this. The question is not the first 5 years. The question is from year 5 to year 20. That is the question. So that is also, by the way, the reason that most of the FIDs are delayed, and many people, I think we heard it earlier today, and we also believe less than 10% of the announced projects will ever be built. The reason for that is that offtake in the long run, because we believe the technology will evolve fast, costs will drop. So who will be the first mover? Who has the entrepreneurial guts to do it? So the main challenge we face is not on the cost side, but on the demand side. How do we guarantee a 10, 20-year offtake agreement? That is today our biggest challenge.
And I think on the storage side, some of the permitting challenges around Navigator and Wolf have certainly not helped in the US. I want to bring in, and I think this is definitely in your wheelhouse.
So it's definitely an interesting question, and you're spot on. We just inaugurated the first storage pilot. Sequestration of CO2 is coming from fertile plants. So when it comes to the entire value chain of carbon capture to transport to storage, and when I say storage, I want to be speaking primarily of sequestration, so not using other sinks for CO2. So the number of factors are going to affect that. Obviously, if you look at a place like the US, you've got the emitters that are right in the vicinity to a network of pipelines that can take the CO2 and sequester it somewhere. You look at a place like Abu Dhabi, this infrastructure or network of CO2 will need to be built and will need to be assessed, and there's going to be a cost associated with that. Now, when it comes to storing the CO2, you're talking about, are you sequestering in an aquifer? Are you looking actually at depleted fields and reservoirs? Because the cost impact on both of these sides will look significantly different. Are you talking about something that is shallow? Are you talking about something that's going to be deep? Are you, when you come to design your CO2 injector wells, are you going to go with an EMP and exploration type of design where you actually go and you take a core slab or do something like that? Or are you going to have that entrepreneurial mindset that you're going to optimize the cost to do the necessary? And for that, you can look around the world, places like the US, places like with the UK government contract for difference for the emitters. And also in the US, maybe I want to shed some light on something that's quite interesting. So the 45Q of $85 per ton is actually something that the emitter is going to get. But the nice capitalist society in the US have designed it in a way that the upside of that can be shared as a fee with the transport, which, the owner of the pipeline, and the storage, whoever is going to do the storage as a facility. So this is something that we can take away and we can bake into our plans in a place like the UAE, where we have a lot to do. So it's actually a very dynamic system. You can design it as you see fit. Once you have a plan to actually optimize the cost for the emitters and for the storage facility and the transportation, you can actually capture the whole value chain. And maybe here we're blessed in the UAE, and I could speak that on behalf of ADNOC, that we have the ear of the leadership, we have the ear of the policymakers to help influence such decisions. But around you in the world, you can look at Europe, you've got CBAM, you've got the IRA in the US, you've got Contract for Difference in the UK. We can learn from those systems to be able to design something that's going to incentivize everybody to decarbonize. I hope that gets some clarity to your question.
That's certainly, and that tees in quite well into our next session, which is about Market Spotlight by Harry Bockhart from McKinsey. But before we do that, I definitely want to take some time and thank our panel. Thank you so much for taking our time out of your busy schedule to come and share what you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you.
Everyone.
That's been great.
Thank you, everybody, for really interesting discussion there. For our next event, I'd like to introduce and welcome up onto the stage Harry Bockhart, who is Senior Partner at McKinsey, and he's going to talk to us about Market Spotlight. So I'm just looking for Harry. You're there? I'm sorry. I saw you at the back earlier. Nice to see you, Harry. Welcome. Big round of applause, please, for Harry.
Well, good afternoon. Ian, Annie, Pratik, KK, Laura, it's a real pleasure to be back. And as a metaphor for accelerating growth, I can only say that I'm struck by the real estate you've secured this year and compare it to where we were this time last year. I think there is no greater signal of the acceleration that you and your sector are showing than where we find ourselves today. There we go, Tommy. Exactly. Look, a year ago, I stood in the equivalent spot in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I laid out the role that CCUS could play in the transition to a net zero global economy that will be universal, affecting every land use, that will be significant, comprising 7.5% of total GDP, that will be front-loaded with spend needing to peak this decade, that will be uneven because it will be felt very differently by different countries and communities, and that will be rich with opportunities and risks. And today, I'd like to reflect on some of the implications of the year just gone past and lay out what I think impact could be on some scenarios for CCS's future development. Now, my focus at COP28 is on hyperscaling the full suite of climate technologies. And we believe at McKinsey that there is a race, and that it's a race to see which companies will be the ones that can capture the significant growth potential that the sustainability imperative will create. Carbon capture, we believe, could create many of the 300 decacorns, that is the companies with $10 billion plus valuations. Carbon capture could create many of those decacorns. And so the provocative question for those of you in the room is, what would it take for you to be one of them? Are you going to win the race, or will it be someone else? Now, at the end of 2022, the energy transition was in a precarious state. The pandemic had disrupted global supply chains, exacerbating inflation, slowing recovery, and the invasion of Ukraine had led to increased energy prices and uncertain energy security. It had always been the case, but by the end of last year, it was much more obvious that a successful, comparatively orderly net zero transition is actually 4 interdependent transitions. Emissions reduction, certainly, but also affordability, reliability, and industrial competitiveness. A poorly executed transition could make energy, materials, and other products less affordable, compromising economic empowerment. Could also make the supply of energy and materials less secure, less resilient. And it could render some countries and companies less competitive. And if that happened, progress to net zero itself could stall. So if the move to net zero compromises affordability, security, and competitiveness, then it could itself jeopardize the delivery of net zero. So how does that realization affect the market outlook for CCUS? And to help you get a sense of where this sector might go, I'll take you through 3 things. A possible vision for the net zero global economy in 2050, to set some context, the value pools that could result from that for CCUS, and also I'll touch a bit on what I think it will take for CCUS to realize its potential. And in that context, I think you'll all be much better placed than me to work out whether Carbon Clean can win in that context. I think I should also say that having listened to the previous panels and the previous conversations, without conferring with any of the previous speakers, there's a high degree of alignment about what the unlocks are going to take. And that should be a source of confidence rather than boredom for the next 15 minutes. Because in something this complicated, to have such clarity about what needs to work together in order to get us there allows us to move much more quickly to the more relevant bit of it, which is getting on with it, rather than defining the problem. And that, of course, is the big theme of COP28. Now, let me try and lay out a little bit of the vision within which I think CCUS needs to play. I was asked earlier in the week what I thought would happen to energy by 2050. It's a pretty big question. It's also one where I thought the person who was asking it was after a forecast, a prediction, a McKinsey view. And of course, warning lights are going off in my head all the way through all of that. Happily, though, we had just published an article, which you can find on mckinsey.com, should you be interested, that laid out the practical ways to address the 4 interdependent transitions that I just outlined. Together, delivering 7 things forms a vision for the transition that we think is inspiring, provides the right context for CCUS's future development, and which can improve substantially our current trajectory of emissions and help limit warming to the Paris aspiration. So we're very excited about a vision for an economy in 2050 in which energy efficiency measures have been adopted at scale, in which the climate technology scaling problem that we currently face has been resolved. 90% of the abatement that we need can come from technologies that are already proven, but only 10% of the abatement that we need can come from technologies that are commercially mature. If you want a really simplifying soundbite, our planet faces a scaling problem, not an invention problem. In our vision, by 2050, those commercializing and early innovation technologies have scaled because they have achieved commercial competitiveness by coming down their cost curves. We will have more effective mechanisms to drive capital to where it's needed, and these could include voluntary carbon markets and transition credits that I heard mentioned earlier this morning. We will have found ways to resolve the intermittency complications of increasing renewables in our energy mix, and we will have found ways of balancing supply and demand of the materials and land use that we will need in order to enable scaling. We will also, I think, have revamped our energy markets and planning approaches to be better suited to an electrified, perhaps, world. It's unclear to me that today's incentives encourage industry to build the generation capacity that we need if they're priced on the basis of the marginal cost. In a renewable mix, marginal cost could be very low or indeed zero. So I think we need some revamping of the way we think about our energy markets. In 2050, we are still going to be managing two energy systems in parallel, smoothly ramping down the old fossil fuel-based one while scaling up the new. And the important implication here is that in scenarios in which warming is kept to the levels of the Paris Agreement, the process of shifting from the old energy system to the new means that oil and gas will still play a role in 2050. So it's vital that direct emissions from their operations are as small as possible. We also think that at least to 2040, some shortfall could exist between production and potential demand for oil, even with the substantial declines in demand expected on a 1.5-degree trajectory. In this vision, we also believe that countries and companies are competing with one another to capture the opportunities presented by the sustainability imperative. And they're competing on the basis of their comparative advantage rather than doubling up and duplicating their efforts, drawing on their own particular endowments to create value for their colleagues, communities, and citizens. So that's our vision for a macro market outlook for a net zero transition that delivers net zero in line with Paris, whilst also ensuring affordable, secure energy and industrial competitiveness. So the obvious question then is, well, what role does CCUS play in that? Well, we have updated the analyses that I shared with you this time last year. And before I take you through the results, I do just want to remind you briefly about the methodology that we use. And indeed, some of you may not have heard it last year. So I'll just do a quick check-in on how we do this. Most importantly, on a transition as complicated as this, it isn't helpful or credible to try and lay out assertively a single forecast or projection. No one knows enough to be confident that they know what will happen. Instead, we have to create a range of possible scenarios with transparency on the underpinning assumptions such that you can determine which scenario that we're in and make fact-based decisions about what you do with your capital and your people as a consequence. So we model a bunch of different scenarios. And of the ones that we model, there are three core ones. One of them, known as current trajectory. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this is the one where the current trajectory of costs continue, but currently active policies remain insufficient to close or to scale up the gap to our ambition. CCUS development, therefore, scales at the growth of the current pipeline. The next is called further acceleration, and there is a clue in its name, but this is in which specific country commitments spur progress, though there remain financial and technological barriers as we move forward. That's quite funny. I can see all sorts of things moving around here. And the third, then, is known as achieved commitments. In this scenario, net zero commitments that are currently in place around the world are achieved. And CCUS, therefore, plays an important role across different segments to achieve the targets that have been laid out. So three different scenarios, but to avoid, some kind of ghastly number soup as I talk to you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the achieved commitments scenario to give you the narrative going forward. Again, all of the data and the analysis that I explain here is available should you be interested. So I'm going to use one scenario, but again, health warning, don't let this lure you into thinking that this is McKinsey's forecast of what will happen. This is just one of the scenarios that we've modeled, and you will have to judge whether the underpinning assumptions are realistic. So, in the achieved commitment scenario, CCUS capacity scales 120x versus today to about 4.5 gigatons, capturing 14% of 2020's emissions and about 40% of the remaining emissions in 2050. These numbers are slightly ahead of the numbers that I shared with you last year, mainly driven by updated macroeconomic assumptions about the level of GDP growth that we will see around the world, but also a little bit by the changes in the relative costs of renewable versus fossil energy. And there is potential upside versus this 4.5 gigaton scenario if land use constraints impede the build out of renewable power, or if countries choose to deploy CCUS to avoid stranded coal or gas assets in the future. Over time, and this is relevant for a question that I think was raised earlier, over time, the proportion of carbon captured that is stored rather than used increases from 75% in 2030 to about 87% in 2050. And that will become relevant when we start to think about the revenue side of the business case that's needed to make these business cases work. Again, as was mentioned earlier, over the last year, we've seen a notable acceleration in activity. By 2023, the global CCUS commercial capacity under development has grown to around 420 MTPA, 40% growth versus 2022. I recognize there are different ways of counting this. Rolling this forward, we see a 12x increase in announced capacity by 2030 to over 500 MTPA. 2/3 of which is in construction or feasibility studies, though, as a panelist said earlier, a very small amount of it has reached FID so far. And of that new capacity, about 30% of it is in the US and just under 20% of it is in the UK. But just despite the acceleration that we see, we're still at just under half the capacity required by 23 in the achieved commitments scenario. So, accelerating, but just under half of what we need to stay on the achieved commitments. Now, the investment that is required to get to the achieved commitments scenario averages $120 billion a year, peaking in the 2030s at $160 billion in the first 5 years of that decade, and then $175 billion in the second half of that decade. More than 60% of that investment will go to capture and compression, and 70% of it is expected to be in North America and Europe up to 2030, with substantial expansion in China and Asia during the 2030s as their decarbonisation objectives kick in, and of course as they seek to address the relatively fossil-heavy nature of the assets in their region. Now, that's the profile of the investment that we see. But at McKinsey, we are unapologetic about speaking about the sustainability imperative as a growth opportunity. The colossal amounts of capital that I've just described in CCUS are mirrored in other climate technologies as well. And as they move around, they're going to create revenue pools worth around $12 trillion by 2030. That's enough to create 300 climate tech decacorns, businesses with this $10 billion valuation, and a further 1,000 unicorns. And so you can see from the numbers I've just described for CCUS that there is ample room for some of those decacorns to be in this sector, and maybe even in this room. But how do we demonstrate a positive business case for these colossal amounts of capital? I thought the discussion earlier was very instructive on this front. The main thought here is that we're going to need to be able to generate substantial amounts of revenue. Indeed, by 2030, we think that this would need to be around $85 billion and about $485 billion per annum by 2050 to generate. So we're going to need multiple different sources of this revenue, particularly in jurisdictions where carbon incentives and penalties are low. So we do see multiple different sources of revenue to help build these revenue cases. Of course, there are the penalties and incentives linked directly to carbon emissions, but there could also be other regulatory credits or prices, for example, 45Q that we talked about earlier, or compliance carbon markets like LCFS in California, which I think is around $70, maybe a bit touch below $70 a ton right now, which of course also has the benefit, by the way, of being stackable with 45Q. That starts to help you build these cases out. Voluntary carbon markets could be another source. And CCUS with bioenergy can get high-quality credits. We also think there may be green premia for net zero green products. And of course, there are the revenue streams that can come from monetizing the carbon that is captured for use rather than for storage. So there's substantial potential, but it is not going to be easy to get there, to make these investments wash their face. Uptake is uncertain and depends, we think, on three things you need to believe for CCUS to reach its potential. Each of these, by the way, has been touched on already this morning, but if I try to synthesize them into three buckets, the first is the policy lever. You do need to believe in high regulatory imposed CO2 prices, perhaps $75 to $100 a ton, to trigger the hard-to-abate sectors to decarbonize, or favorable policy incentives to store carbon, again, like LCFS. You need a negative emissions market, including voluntary offsets with incentives for producers to capture biogenic carbon. And you need regulatory de-risking for large-scale CO2 storage across what could be a 50 to 100-year lifespan for the asset. The second is economics, touched on earlier as well. We need to believe we can get to a favourable cost position to decarbonise existing brownfield industrial assets versus greenfield low-carbon alternatives. That's, we think, is the relevant benchmark. And third, on technology, we not only need ample low-cost geologic storage, capital discipline and incremental improvements in efficacy to prevent cost inflation, but we also need to believe that CCUS can work in a complementary way to the other decarbonisation technologies, because tackling the hard-to-abate sectors isn't a single technology rifle shot. You need to have a comprehensive approach, so we need to make sure that we are complementary. So those are the things that we think you need to believe for this to hyperscale. What are the triggers that might give you a sense of whether you're on the achieved commitment scenario or something else? We think there are 5. Subsidies and regulatory intervention is the first. We can already see tax credits and direct subsidies and price support mechanisms starting to begin. Equally important, we think, will be establishing product standards, for example, mandating certain volumes of zero carbon commodity in certain categories like cement or steel, because those interventions can set a further clarifying demand signal for CCUS. And I heard someone earlier talking about the need for that midterm clarity on demand. The second is accelerated coordination between industry players. And I thought it was terrific to see some of the examples of direct collaboration going on. You know, we're going to need to get serious about the shared infrastructure that will be needed to enable scaling of CCUS. It is time intensive to build the pipeline networks that are needed to gather and dispose of CO2, and the current clusters have been slow to mobilize. So we'll need to learn lessons from that so that the next wave of projects can move at greater speed. The third trigger, I think, is willingness to pay for lower carbon intensity products. For technology players, the goal has to be to deliver a net zero product at cost parity with the grey current option. And there are examples of this starting to come through in categories like steel. But there may be some sectors, for example, cement, where CCUS is the leading option for decarbonisation and where businesses and customers need to be willing to pay a premium for net zero products. I suspect we will see that adopt more quickly in B2B sales than we do in B2B2C or B2C sales. The fourth trigger, again to your point earlier about monetization, is the point at which we get robust valuation of CO2 as a feedstock. As I described earlier, that can lead to a revenue stream to offset the cost of carbon capture. Incumbent players and entrepreneurial startups need to identify predictable, monetizable uses of CO2, whether it's oil recovery, CO2-based polymers, or, as we were saying earlier, synthetic gasoline. And then finally, I think the scaling of voluntary carbon markets, much discussed at COP so far this week. But some CCUS pathways can create negative emissions, and those need to be monetized as demand grows for high-quality offsets. So those would be the 5 things I'd have on my scorecard if I were looking to see which scenario that we're on. So as I close, I'd just like to leave you with some thoughts about what it takes to hyperscale from a company point of view. I touched earlier that I'm responsible for McKinsey's work around the world to build businesses that can accelerate the deployment of climate technology right across the portfolio, whether that's carbon capture or offshore wind or nuclear fusion. And as we've partnered with organizations on their scaling journey literally hundreds of times, we're starting to get a sense of what it is that differentiates those that are going to win the race versus those that are not. And we believe, though this is an evolving view, that you'll be more likely to beat the odds if you've got some of the following elements of this recipe in your business plan. You need to have an unreasonable ambition for your own success, both in terms of scale and speed. You need to have line of sight to defendable sector-leading cost structures, ideally at parity or better than the grey product today. You need to secure captive demand early, often by inviting large potential customers to join your share register and to secure their captive demand as forward order commitments. They build their capacity in parallel so they can get successively faster and cheaper with every wave of manufacturing capacity build out. They collaborate across historic boundaries in order to remove the frictions that today get in the way of speed. They recruit star talent to act as a magnet to attract and retain the skills that they need. And finally, they blend multiple sources of finance to ensure that they have got leading edge and the lowest cost of capital. So if you can see that recipe or formula in the things that you are doing, then you're in the best possible shape. So, in conclusion, the market outlook for CCUS is large, scaling quickly, and valuable, but not yet scaling quickly enough or maturing at the pace needed to achieve the commitments that have been made. To unlock the value is going to require significant investment, which will have to be tested and based on the promise of future revenues. We see a number of signposts that can help you navigate that journey, and we hope with the right blend of energy and optimism, you can help hyperscale the deployment of this critical technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry, and we really appreciate you joining us again this year. A really interesting set of information there, so I'm sure lots of us to take away, but appreciate your friendship with us as well as a company, so thanks very much. And now, just slightly different to the order that we originally presented, our second spotlight of the day is looking at our Cyclone CC technology. It's our breakthrough, disruptive technology that brings compact, efficient carbon capture to all size of emitters. And here to present that spotlight is our co-founder and Chief Technology Officer, Prateek Bum.
Thank you, Ian. I think I will stand here so that everyone can see the screen. First, thanks, and it's really appreciated your time to be here and really listening and really giving valuable insight in terms of making this event very successful. I think Carbon Clean has evolved in last 14 years and have developed many breakthrough products. And one of that is what Cyclone CC I will show today. How it got evolved, how it has been developed, and what kind of validation we are trying to develop with ADNOC, which we have seen, one of the flagship projects we're trying to deliver on Cyclone CC. I think before I do that, it is really critical for us to really understand how Carbon Clean has evolved, what kind of achievement Carbon Clean has done in last 14 years, and how we have been one of the global leaders in industrial decarbonization. So we have 49 global operating sites across globe in a lot of hard-to-abate industrial sector, ranging from petrochemical refinery to cement to steel, and now fertilizer application, close to capture 2 million tons of CO2 till today. And what we are and what ambition we're trying to get into is get to 50% footprint and 10% equipment size reduction. That's what we have delivered, and that's what we are trying to implement and get cost modularity in Cyclone CC and carbon capture technology footprint. Supported by, we have 18 months back, we have closed our Series C fundraising, supported by Chevron to Cemex to some of the joint venture partners who really help in achieving this kind of ambition target, which we have really achieved in the last 14 years. We are IP-oriented organization and close to 16 patent active. I don't think you can see him, but I will read for you. 19 active patents across 32 countries. So we are inventing, and one of the values in Carbon Clean is innovation, and we are trying to really drive that, one of the values to really support cost reduction in carbon capture scalability. Coming to what kind of technology we have developed so far, on the left, it is technology which we call engineered to order, capacity ranging up to 2,000 tons per day, with a modular solution of 300 to 500 tons per day carbon capture. We do support with right engineering company to really help us deliver this project to a customer. And one of the classic example of such project is what we discussed today about liquid wind, with the right consortium member, with the right partner to really achieve those kind of industrial applicability. But I think we understand about modularity, we understand about need for scalability and how it can be standardized, and that's how the genesis of Cyclone CC happened in 7 years back in Carbon Clean. It's a fully prefabricated module system, capacity ranging from 10 to 855 tons per day based on the industry we are operating. What we have achieved is up to 50% capex and opex reduction and footprint reduction with that. And what we are trying to achieve is standardizing and scalability so that you can have a specific size and footprint achieved. So this unit, I will show a bit of a technical video on that, but this unit is what we have delivered to ADNOC, and we are going to start in next 2 weeks. What the vision we are trying to evolve is, you can see on the left, the conventional system, long footprint, massive height. We are trying to evolve Cyclone CC in a way that you can reduce your height by significantly, your footprint close to 50%, and you can reduce your installation and commissioning time. And that's what we are trying to evolve and work with and get this Cyclone CC scalability. It's a completely modular solution, pre-engineered solution, very specifically devolve and work so that you can reduce your cost of implementation and total cost of ownership for a customer viewpoint of view. So this is what our vision, and we are trying to evolve and currently delivering some of these larger scale projects to some of the industrial clients. Hopefully video works. Yes. So we have evolved Cyclone CC. It is the unit prefabricated modules. You can see the great support from some of the engineering partner we have in this room to really get. So what it achieves is reduce the cost of carbon capture as compared to conventional solution. It's trying to make sure that you understand the industry and trying to work and write solution to it. We have reduced the footprint and modularity by 50%. The height has been reduced, and the core phenomena, what will happen, because Cyclone CC is a breakthrough combination of 2 systems. One is rotating pack bed, which help in mass transfer reduction, and second is advanced carbon clean APBS solvent, and that has helped. And you can see rotating pack bed on the top of the column, which has reduced the footprint. Instead of large, big 35-meter tower, we are working on rotating pack bed to really modularize and achieve the lowest footprint possible. And that's what we are trying to evolve and work to achieve our vision of gigaton of CO2 capture by mid-2030. This unit has took us, I will say, 2 years to develop, but I think key aspect for us is it just took 3 days to really install to a customer site. I think that is very critical for when we install this unit. It just took module shipment integration to the site, and now the whole thing is good for us to really up and running. Now, the important part is what are the key sectors and the partner we are trying to evolve and we are trying to develop. We are hard to abate industrial focus, starting with cement. We are scaling Cyclone CC with one of the cement company as a project in Germany, in Rudersdorf. Another big supporter is Holcim. We are scaling a project with them for a Spanish cement company and trying to really validate circular economy and cement application. From energy point of view, we have seen ADNOC really supported to have that our first 10 ton per day. We are doing a scale of Cyclone CC at 100 ton per day with Chevron in California to really support that. And today we discuss a lot about Offset project. European largest e-fuel, e-methanol project, close to 70,000 tons of CO2 capture by biogenic CO2, and really achieve the circular economy for the maritime industry, which I think we discuss a lot today about that. Another reference we have in steel, which we have operating asset to really prove the carbon capture and use of carbon into the steel application so that you can achieve it integrated circular economy. So these are some of the key sectors and the partner we are trying to evolve and get a right validation in those industrial segments so that we can understand the technical scalability much faster and get executed much sooner. I think Cyclone CC in ADIPAC, we have received Clean Energy Innovation Year of the Innovation of the Year in ADIPAC. It's definitely award-winning because of modularity. We discuss about cost, because less steel, less footprint, less installation time is all happen with cost. integrating with our solvent, it will help in reducing the operating cost of the whole thing. So our approach is how we can reduce the total cost of ownership, and that's what we are trying to achieve with Cyclone CC scalability going forward. I think that's it. It's a bit of a snapshot of how we have evolved and how we have developed breakthrough product in Carbon Clean to support the cost reduction of carbon capture technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prateek. Okay, we're going to take about 45 minutes lunch break in our program. We got lunch served just outside again in the foyer, just outside the room, so please do help yourselves. Look forward to seeing you back here for the afternoon part of the program. Really exciting sessions ahead. So 2 p.m. start. Thanks for joining this morning. Hope to see you all this afternoon.
low-hanging fruit. It's still a little bit high for most people to reach, but still the lowest hanging fruit certainly in the common view. And today, as I said, we will be going to look at the possibilities of hubs fundamentally as contributing to additional cost reduction in being able to address those facilities. I should say that at the Energy Futures Initiative, this is far from our first foray into carbon capture and sequestration. We did, for example, a significant study in California and the options for California CCS. We did that in partnership with Stanford University and found, actually we did find some really low-hanging fruit in California, which is not being sampled yet. Little detail in terms of the regulatory issues to be resolved. But anyway, there the state government has certainly taken a real interest in trying to resolve those issues to move forward, which is a good sign. We've done other things. I'll just mention one other. In fact, Jeff Brown was mentioned as the managing director of a program that we have within EFI called the Energy Futures Finance Forum. I'll come back to some of that in a bit, but that also, as its first major product other than our framing document back in February, was a study on carbon capture and sequestration and how one could address the policy and regulatory barriers that can impede the flow of private capital into that space. So in the question period, you can ask Jeff about that study as well. So going back to again, the issue of small and mid-sized industrial facilities and decarbonization through CCS, as I mentioned, a clear idea of the hub structure, which was the focus of this study, is that one can aggregate CO2, perhaps with a large emitter as an anchor. I mean, the more the merrier, in effect, to collect and gather and dispose of the CO2. But also, there's also technology that also suggests that one may now be moving back towards some of those mid-sized facilities and perhaps when we have a carbon price, emissions price in the United States, but certainly now with some pretty good incentive structures in law, in the 45 section 45 tax credits, for example, of the Inflation Reduction Act, an act which I think is very, very well constructed for everything except reducing inflation, but that's a separate story. It doesn't harm it, it just is moderately neutral, I would say, but some very, very good decarbonization incentives in there. So bottom line, it was really time to do this study, and as Jeff will describe in more detail, what we fundamentally did was really look at the availability of industrial facilities of this size, the distribution of those facilities. This is in the United States, although I think similar activities elsewhere could be quite useful as well. And then the idea was to see if and how and where one found the clustering of these industrial facilities that could support this hub structure for the reasons I said earlier, to reduce costs. And I might also add, in some cases, maybe to be a major difference in terms of being able to get the permitting done that one would need on the CO2 disposal side. In fact, some of you may know that right now, for example, there's a a project in the Midwest that spans many states to do a similar thing in the sense of gathering emissions from specifically ethanol plants. And right now, they're not moving because they can't get the permits for the pipes crossing state lines, et cetera. So the hub structure and a compact geography can certainly help in that direction. So anyway, so with that, we looked, as I said, and in fact found in the United States 10 locations where there was the kind of aggregation of what we hope will be a major demand for CO2 reduction within the hub structures. And Jeff will talk about that specifically, and I think go through a couple of examples that look particularly promising. So we're kind of excited about it because, first of all, the answer is positive, that this looks like a very interesting pathway to address an important problem in terms of the subject of this COP. How do we pick up the pace and scale of decarbonization? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. As I've already said, Jeff is the Managing Director of our Energy Futures Finance Forum. The particular focus we have in EFQ, I already mentioned, it's about ultimately addressing and hopefully reducing or eliminating, ideally, barriers to private sector capital flow into clean energy. But we approach this from the point of view of the investor. Frankly, and I know some of you, I see Todd here in the front, my MIT entrepreneurial colleague. Some of you know that the policy establishment, which is ultimately the target of this finance forum, is not especially well steeped in the ways of finance and investment. So so what we're trying to do is to bring the investor perspective to recommendations, findings and recommendations on the policy front. And Jeff's particular qualification that attracted us was his 26 years on Wall Street before becoming a project developer and occasional quasi-academic. And I say that completely pejoratively, Jeff, right? Right. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. We'll go through some of the findings and recommendations, and then maybe have a chance for discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ernie. And for all of you, so when Ernie is referring to my checkered academic career, I went to a real school, which was Stanford, but I'm an adjunct professor. I'm sorry, I went to Harvard, and I'm an adjunct. You'll have not much of an incentive to bother to look at them. So, one, why are industrial combustion emissions worth studying generally? Why is CCS so important to reducing these emissions? Why did techno-economic experts previously rule out the modest-sized targets? And then what's different today? And there's really two things. One is we're hoping that new, not custom-built, but factory-built, modular, not custom-sized, and compact equipment might really be a game changer for the smaller targets. But what we're also hoping is, yes, you could have a lot of smaller emitters band together and try to sponsor a hub. But boy, would it be easier if you were located in a geography actually where hubs were naturally forming because there were some huge emitters attempting to set up the network, right? There are a lot of proliferations of large hubs, and it may be, and it seems like it, that there's a pretty direct overlap between the large hubs and the large emitters and the smaller targets. We'll discuss what our study concluded and kind of some of the details of the geographic analysis. So, everybody good with that agenda? Hearing no dissent. Right. Look, first is, I think everybody is used to looking at the power sector because that's where we started this business. But let's remember, right, the original backdrop of carbon capture was gas processing plants, which are rather small, or grabbing the CO2 and steam methane reformers, which are, again, rather small sources, right? But we've thought about the power sector. So if you look at the first big fat pie chart, kind of ugly green color, there's about 2.5 billion tons here of US stationary emissions in these charts. So I'm skipping transportation. The green bit, which is roughly 60%, is the power sector, basically coal and gas power plants. That royal blue bit, 1013, roughly 40%, is industry. Right, now you think, well, industry is every bloody thing from, right, this like soda ash manufacturers and, glass and tin, not power plants, agricultural processing, right? Well, how am I ever going to find some CO2 catching technology that works in all those really very, very different environments? Well, the answer is actually, look at the second little pie chart that is the breakdown of just the industrial emissions, and basically that turquoise slice, about 2/3 of the industrial emissions are just heat. It's just running steam boilers, running furnaces, right, running waste disposal furnaces, all for the purpose of getting process heat. Turns out about 75% of the fuel is natural gas. And so what you really have is, it doesn't matter what industry you're talking about, right? The waste gas stream is basically about 4% CO2 ambient pressure, and you were burning natural gas, okay? So let's go on, now that we've figured out where industrial combustion lives in the general scope of things, but it's 1/4 of US stationary emissions. Well, if you want to address those emissions, just as Dr. Moniz said, there's a whole bunch of different ways you could address it. And so I just want to really say a little bit, where does carbon capture fit into this ecosystem? So we have this little thing that looks like a flywheel. I guess to your left is industrial CCS. And I put a circle around that because that's our subject today. But of course, 2 dashed circles there. Well, of course, you could do electrification, but a lot of the backup for that electrification these days will be fossil power plants with carbon capture. So CCS is still in there, or you can have zero carbon fuels, but you could have electrolytic hydrogen, or you can have steam methane reformers or autothermal reformers with carbon capture for hydrogen. So CCS is kind of there too. But let's just talk about industrial carbon capture and say, well, why might it be intuitively that we shouldn't just immediately say, hey, this will all just get electrified? Well, here's a couple of reasons, 4 of them, in fact. Think about it. If what you want to do is replace existing gas boilers or gas furnaces, in many cases, you would have to just rip out, right? An electric boiler is different. An electric steam boiler is a completely different kit from a natural gas steam boiler, right? So a lot of this, you're going to have to rip the whole thing out again. Or let's take another example. Louisiana, we're looking at Cheniere, the LNG Sabine Pass. What they've got is they admit to coming up on 5 million tons a year as they expand. If you look and say, what are these emitters? They basically got, roughly speaking, 50 aircraft engines that burn up part of the gas that is coming inbound to run compressors. So you can refrigerate and compress this natural gas, turn it into LNG, right? So they've got like 50, basically, airplane engines fed with natural gas. And now you say, oh, maybe you should run your refrigerators on electricity and rip all those out, and you can replace it with an electric cooling. Like, holy moly, mean, think about it. It's like sort of like 25 Boeing planes worth of engines. What do you dump them in the Gulf? Okay. So another one is, well, people say, okay, well, all these plants like refineries, they should switch and electrify. Well, you know, not so fast, my friend, because the vast bulk of the fuel is refinery fuel gas, which is a waste product, and they can't get rid of it, so they use it, right? So if you've got existing boilers and furnaces using a free fuel, it's a pretty steep lift to start buying retail electricity to do the same job, right? You know, you've got lower capacity risk, and another real advantage to industrial decarbonization. We look at other industries that burn natural gas, say, you know, because that's the bulk here, like the gas power plant industry, but you never know the capacity factor at which a gas power plant to which you have retrofit carbon capture. You don't really know whether it's going to run long-term, 60%, 50, 40, 30, kind of depends. And these are capital intensive. Well, the great thing about an oil refinery or, you know, a hydrogen plant, these things, they pretty much run 87, 60 hours a year unless something breaks or you have scheduled maintenance. So that, and you don't have to worry about another emitter. You have inside the fence power plants to which probably a lot of these smaller capture systems would work. And guess what? Those don't get knocked off line when all of a sudden there's a lot of wind and solar and power prices in the grid are zero because they're not dealing with the grid. So you have high capacity factors. So there are a heck of a lot of reasons. In conclusion here, there's a heck of a lot of reasons why you could think that industrial CCS might be a little bit easier than other CCS, and intuitively a lot of reasons to think why CCS may have an edge on other routes to accomplish the same thing, industrial decarbonization. Right, you guys with me so far? All right, we're just, good, all right. Here's, oh, I think I took the quotes off the experts. So this little chart, tried to make it as big as I could. On the bottom is metric tons per year captured. So it's starting low at 200,000 and going up to 1.6 million. I chose 1.6 million because that's kind of the size of a large, efficient MHI, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, amine system, such as the one they installed in Petronova. So that's kind of one big scale-efficient unit. Well, now as you drop, these are now amine systems. This does not purport to reflect carbon clean, right? Amine systems, as you drop the size, you very rapidly have an exponentially increasing cost. Why is that? It's the old thing about, you know, water tanks, pipes. Pretty much, if you decrease the size, the actual cost goes up much more quickly, right? Now, the standard engineering scaling factor. Well, by the time you get this study, we restricted ourselves to emitters that were under 600,000 tons a year. So you can see if you started out at about $100 on this graph, by the time you get to 600,000 tons per year, you were upwards of 140. Remembering that the Section 45Q US tax incentive is $85 for geologic sequestration. You know, as Secretary Moniz said, at $100, you know, we're close to 85. At 140, you're pretty far out of the money. And many of these capture targets that we'll be looking at are well below that. They're where this thing starts going vertical. So, small size means scale diseconomies in the traditional systems. And by the way, the traditional systems still take up a lot of room, and that is a big disadvantage, and hopefully these smaller, newly emerging technologies are going to have a smaller footprint. Real estate's not cheap inside an already fully built-out industrial facility. Just to give you a sense, these are insane. Okay, so there on the far right, the thing that looks like a giant grid with a hat on the top of it, that's the absorber tower at Petronova. And so that's 1.6 million tons a year, about 13% CO2. Look, the darn thing is, it's 115 meters high, 380 feet, that absorber tower. That is a bloody huge thing, right? And it's a 5-acre site, so it takes up a lot of real estate. And by the way, because it's so big, you had to build about an 800-foot pipe to get from the outlet of the old power plant wet sulfur scrubber. You had to build this 800-foot pipe to drag it across to where an old warehouse used to be, right? So not only is it big, but since it's so big, you have to stick it on the far-flung outskirts of the plant, which means you have to run a whole bunch of pipes. So it gets pretty grim when you're trying to develop these, because I've tried to develop these, right? So that's one advantage we may have here, or two advantages I mentioned, right? We don't have scale diseconomies, and we don't have such a big footprint on the emerging systems. What's also different, and bear with me a sec, there are this map, which you can't quite read, are all the different hub attempts, mostly sponsored by the federal government, for hydrogen or just carbon capture deployment. The point is not which they are, but there are a lot of them. And that means a lot of big companies spending serious dollars going through the brain damage and financial damage of trying to get Class 6 permits for geologic sequestration. So the traditional problem is this timing probably for these Class 6 efforts. It has upwards of 8 years. It's going to take a long time. And you have the issue of laying out pipe. If somebody else has already started doing this, some big industrial behemoths, well, all of a sudden, there's a could there. Small capture targets could piggyback on emerging hubs of the larger capture targets if we get the regulations right. But the point is, it wouldn't take long if you could get an off-the-shelf piece of kit from Svante or Carbon Clean or others who are emerging, of whom I know not. But if you could quickly order, it's modular, you install it, your timeline might be more like a solar plant, right? Certainly not like the timing for Petronova, which is about 5 years, and way a lot shorter than the 8-ish years to do the hub, right? If you had to find, imagine this, like imagine you had to find customers, you want to convince them to do these smaller capture targets. And you go, if I can find 30 of you all and you'll all stand still and you'll all agree at the same time, thank you. And 8 years from now, after we start permitting the field and build the pipeline, we can hook you all up. And they would look at you like you were barking mad. So the point is, you've got to cut the timeline. This may be a way to cut the timeline. So, yes, sir. Oh, well, because you have 3 different industries. Oh, the question was, if the kit was easily available, why on earth would it take 8 years? Because the trouble with carbon capture as it has developed in the United States is, I'm an emitter, and I've gone through this brain damage, right? So there's an emitter. Now, I propose to Mr. Emitter that I'm going to put a capture plant on the back of his coal plant or his gas plant. Fine. The trouble is, I got to do 3 completely separate industrial projects. First, I have to go out and find a place to sequester the CO2, unless I'm doing enhanced oil recovery. The EPA is barely processing the permits. And they're also not processing the permits by which individual US states that are competent regulators can get the authority to issue these Class 6 geologic sequestration permits. Class 6, for people who don't know, there's basically Safe Drinking Water Act, has underground injection classes. Class 6 is a waste disposal well, or CO2 disposal well. and the permitting of the right-of-way for the pipeline, probably not as bad as sequestration, but it's probably still 5-ish years. And it's not, if what you're doing is doing a brownfields, inside your plant boundary, you're adding some kind of, rotational new age, new version carbon capture system. And you don't have to add a new power source because it's hopefully relatively efficient in terms of, use of steam and use of power. That permitting could be pretty quick. And you're going to buy off-the-shelf equipment, so you don't have to have an EPC study, right? So the point is that if you have to permit your own sequestration site and your own pipeline, that's bound to be a lot longer time than just the time for the capture itself. Does that make sense? Yeah, well, I'm not really advocating. I'm saying, assuming it was there, it's a wonderful thing, because then I don't have to worry about building the pipe. I don't have to worry about the sequestration. I can just concentrate on one thing. It may be that we have to develop these small hubs, but it's a lot more of a challenge. So better go a little faster here, sorry. So roughly speaking, let me just say that this study, we cut off our largest targets about where a normal study would only begin to look. And I just wanted to mention that the targets here, this is very tricky. There are facilities, right? Like an oil refinery is a facility. Those are all aggregated and reported to the US government. And some of this, I am sorry, is US parochial, because that's where a lot of this is so well developed. So the US regulations, we're stuck with them, and I'll describe them. So, but inside a big facility, or the actual stacks, the stacks would be the real customers in most cases for this new capture equipment, right? So what you really have to do is you have to look inside the fence of an emitter facility and find the actual stacks. Just a quick caveat here is, in most of the US reporting in the big industrial facilities, they'll permit, basically, if there's a natural gas line that comes in, they meter the natural gas line where it hits the plant boundary, and then they don't bother to measure the individual stacks or report the individual stacks, that, individual combustion sites. So it's really hard to get a rich level of detail. In this study, because of lack of data, we ended up screening those called common pipelines. We ended up screening those if they were larger than 600. That's pretty conservative, and let's just go from there. Just a really quick last bit of background, and the rest will be faster. I just wanted to give you one example of, you would think when we're talking small targets, right? Well, there's these small targets all over. Really what there is a lot of times is there's a constellation of small targets inside the fence line of a gigantic industrial facility, right? So I just took one because it is so striking that I think, it would not be at all intuitive to you. So I just took the Exxon Baytown refinery, right? It has natural gas combustion, about 1.7 million tons a year across 7 units. So those are about 300,000 tons apiece. Burning just regular old refinery fuel gas, the waste product, is 70% of the emissions there, right? 70, but it's spread across 71 stacks, right? That's probably the target universe. Ernie, basically, that's your hub right there. It's sort of not like you have to go find a 20,000 here and a 60,000 there and a 100,000 5 miles away. They're all inside the same plant. And the one that we would usually target in the old days would be just the catalyst regeneration system that burns pet coke, and that's 1.6. So the point is, there's lots of small emitters inside the same footprint. So what did we do in this study? First thing is just screening for the emitters. And by the way, also with a bit of an overlay, if you all can see this kind of a pretty oxidized copper color there, that's what our friends from Horizon did, which was to basically superimpose the geologic sequestration, the layer data, and to superimpose above that the GIS information for the emitters. So you can see that there is a lot of congruity between those coppery colored areas and a mass of industrial activity. Okay. We looked at 3,000 facilities, about a quarter of US emissions from those. 41% of the facilities have at least one stack that works. And the emissions are primarily from petroleum, natural gas production and processing. That's everything upstream. That includes LNG, petroleum refining, ethanol production, and petchem. Okay, what do we do? So then we took that data that I just described. We analyzed and we found about 10 prospective hubs, which had a lot of emissions and also had good proximity to sequestration. Then from that 10, we did a short list, which was 4 regional clusters. I'm going to talk about 2 of them in a second, but Louisiana, around the Houston Ship Channel, Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley, those are the ones that are circled there in blue. What did they have in common? Density of potential capture sources, proximity to geologic storage, some precedent of first movers starting to do carbon capture in those areas, and supportive state policy. And supportive state policy matters a lot. We can come back to that in questions. So now I'm going to talk about 3 slides each on the 2 clusters, and then we'll talk about overall conclusions. All right. So Louisiana, the capture targets were 111 units, stacks, or smaller common pipe, across 74 facilities, and that was about 12 million metric tons a year of CO2. The top industries, surprise, Louisiana, petchem, refineries, and just regular chemicals. Good proximity to geologic storage throughout the cluster, and the state of Louisiana has pretty solid state policies, including things like you can use power of eminent domain, basically the same power government uses to build a road. If the state certifies a carbon capture pipeline as needed, you can get eminent domain to route your pipeline. And also for the underground, they have the ability to have non-unanimous kind of forced aggregation. So if you had 50 different holders of the subsurface pore space, basically if you could get, I believe it's, if you had, say you had 100, if you get 60 to agree, that's enough and the others have to go along, right? So there's all kinds of state aspects that are favorable there. What does it look like? Any of you who are familiar with the geography of Mississippi, you can see it's basically a ton of industrial facilities lining the banks of the Mississippi from New Orleans up to Baton Rouge. And targets, as I said, are heavily in the petchem area, and Louisiana has great storage. Now here, tiny, I hope you can see, but let me just give you, out of the 12 million, this broke down into 4 million was petchem, another 3 refineries, another 1.5 chemicals, petroleum natural gas systems was 1.4, ammonia and some miscellaneous industry, and then a tiny pulp and paper mill. But most of the paper mills are in northern Louisiana, but those are huge sources. So anyway, that was a nice, clean 12 million, which is a lot more than the whole US does now. Let's go to, yes, sir. Go back. Yep. I'm sorry, the median emissions there are 77,000 tons a year. So that's way the heck below anything anyone would have ever done with the standard amine systems. And most of these are around 4 or 5% concentration, with the exception of the refinery, which I think has a small cat cracker in it. Sir. Well, for this, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, repeat. Yeah, the question was, are we thinking of one capture unit per source instead of, quote, clubbing? And the answer is we weren't, because we were just really looking at what are the size of the emitters. This is a market study rather than techno-economics. Now, I would imagine if you get to it, if you had a number of smaller units in reasonable stacks, in reasonable proximity, what you would do is aggregate them. But even if you aggregated a bunch of these, right, in the aggregate, a lot of them would still fall below the normal threshold for scale-efficient amine unit. So, but we did not design the system. We just said, if the manufacturers can deliver the kit, could we find a target? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. Great Lakes Cluster, the targets doesn't mean you chose them, but there's 193 units across 140 facilities that represented 15 million metric tons a year. Now, a little more diverse than Louisiana. We had glass manufacturing, food processing, auto production, refineries, steel, geologic storage, not everywhere, but definitely the Mount Simon sandstone, some of you may have heard of it, is present down there in Illinois. Again, reasonably robust regulations on the state side, but none of these states have gone for state primacy from the EPA. Here's a little bit more detail here. The targets are pretty evenly clustered. It's not like they're on the banks of a river. There's ethanol, refineries, iron and steel, cement plants. It does have access to shipping channels on Lake Michigan and pipeline, rail, and road. And one thing I want to note, I put a little asterisk there on ethanol. If you looked at the study carefully, ethanol, you think of, well, ethanol emits 100% CO2. That's what comes off the brewing tanks. Yeah, right. But what comes off the brewing tanks is typically only about a third of the total emissions. The real emissions are in the heaters that heat up the brewing vats so that they ferment faster. So, Secretary Moniz, you remember the Decatur, Illinois, Archer Daniels Midland? Yeah. Well, so they did a great sequestration project on the 100% CO2 that came off the top of the tanks, but they actually have some massive coal steam boilers that, if I remember right, are about triple the emissions of the pure CO2. So those are good targets.
But they still captured about a megaton per year.
Right. But I think off the fermentation, right? Yeah. But just the steam boilers are huge. Right. So if you go here, here's the aggregation. Average size here was 52,000 tons a year. The emissions total, 15 million. About 193 units were candidates here. Again, median concentration was about 5%. What policies are needed to advance CCUS hubs? And some of these, Secretary Moniz mentioned that we have done other reports, and a lot of the policies needed are the same things that are needed to advance large targets. But Congress, we have these 45Q tax credits. They're still not that, they're better able to be turned from credit into actual cash money that you can buy things with, but it's still not as easy as it should be. Second, it could be that DOE would somehow try to find other sources in addition to 45Q to try to concentrate some of the development towards the hubs. Federal and state governments should definitely work on streamlining permitting. It would be very valuable if Congress or the delegates of Congress helped to support basically developing some kind of utility model for sequestration. More or less, like if I build an industry, in town, I typically don't have to build my own sewer line and my own waste processing plant. It would kind of be nice if developers, was that a stop or 10 minutes? Yeah, we're almost done here. But it would be good if the federal government did not shy away from, Congress did not shy away from taking a more of a public utility model towards the disposal. And I think I'm going to go on because some of this we've discussed. I'd just like to close here and to say, what would it help to do in future research? And now I kind of feel like McKinsey or something, here's all the presentations and here's the next study I want you to do. That's probably not what we're doing here. But if you say, what are the open questions that just a reasonable business person would see looking at the landscape? Certainly technology, there's been so much support for the regular old amine wet scrubbing units. And I think there's a very great case to be made. And I know companies have been getting DOE grants, but to take it all the way through RD&D and full commercialization of some of these units. There's a strong argument to be made here. And why? Simply because unless we find something that doesn't have the scale diseconomies of amine units, we're never going to be able to address these emissions. And it's a huge chunk of U.S. emissions, and it's a chunk of U.S. emissions that's not going to be directly addressable with wind and solar. Right. Techno-economic analysis, I put down 3 things. You'd like to see where's the crossover between, in terms of the size, where the newer technology, rotating units, and centrifugal units, would become more cost effective. You kind of like to see, well, what's the cost of conduits, dragging and aggregating bits of the smaller emitters together and then treating them in a common unit. And just the straight up analysis, which has very rarely been done between, say, applying these new technologies to industrial carbonization on a retrofit basis versus, say, ripping out your steam boilers, replacing it with an electric boiler, and buying electricity off the grid. People, nobody's really analyzed this properly. Market assessment, I mentioned the obstacles of the common pipe or group pipe reporting. Somehow or other, we got to be able to break that so that there's better visibility as to who the actual emitting stacks are and their size and their operating rates. And the last one, and I guess this is near and dear to my heart because I ran the economics part of the National Petroleum Council study for the Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry at the time, on carbon capture. And there was a lot of back and forth over this because I think the emerging model for the larger hubs may be that those hubs are going to be built fully subscribed for the size of the major emitters who are pledging their credit and long-term contract strength to support the development of the hub. Well, if they do that, there's going to be no room for the smaller emitters. And somehow, if the federal government is sponsoring these larger hubs, it would really behoove the federal government in the national interest to try to figure out how to save a little room for the smaller emitters. And let me just leave it there. But that's not an obvious, that's far from obvious in terms of how the federal government could create that room, because these are going to be non-rate regulated sequestration. They're going to be intra-state CO2 pipelines, and typically open access is a federal regulation and jurisdiction issue. So it's a bit of a thing to figure out, and if it's not figured out well, that would be pretty inimical to the growth of this industry. Done, and thank you very much.
Good, thanks, thanks, Jeff. I think, again, the high-level conclusion is that we do think that this is a very interesting direction to go into impact carbon. I would just make one elaboration on one of the recommendations that was discussed, the one about direct funding, like FEED studies and the like. I just note that I think the suite of bills that was passed by Congress, the infrastructure, the so-called bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, which had in the science part a lot of authorization for major research programs. There's the IRA. Of course, there's the annual appropriations bills, et cetera. And especially those first three, I would argue that all three of them actually are quite interesting and positive. However, Congress passed them as three separate bills with no idea of integration and how they work together. And that's very important because, for example, in the tax credits, the 45Q tax credit strengthening was certainly most welcome. But, you know, in a rough sense, Congress listens to, well, what might be a cost for the nth of a kind project, but not the first of a kind or the second of a kind, et cetera. So we need a more integrated look in which I believe there is direct support, as Jeff implied, direct support for some of the initial activities that you need to get to the scaling regime, and where things like something like the tax incentives can be much more effective in bringing scale to bear. So anyway, we have work to do more broadly, but the first issue for this work was, is there a potential market there for this? And the answer is yes, and we should pursue it. And I think unless we got a major waiver on the schedule, we probably have to stop here. And thank you. And Jeff will answer questions privately. Thank you.
It will just be about 2 minutes while we just reconfigure the stage. Okay, thank you very much. The next discussion, the next panel is going to be focused on growing the CCUS value chain, and I'm going to be moderating it. For those who have joined this afternoon, my name's Ian Tobin. I'm the Chief Corporate Officer and CFO here at Carbon Clean. So please welcome my guests for the panel, Jeremy Harrell. Hopefully Jeremy's in the room. Hello, Jeremy. Nathan Smith and James Janoski. Please give him a round of applause. So growing the CCUS value chain. For Carbon Clean, really piecing together and playing a part in developing the CCUS value chain is considered a critical pathway to achieving widespread adoption of CCUS technologies, including, of course, the deployment of our own technologies at Carbon Clean. We've made collaborating and partnering with like-minded developers and providers of CO2 transportation, utilization and storage, a key tenet of our go-to market strategy, whilst appreciating that such arrangements should simultaneously recognize the need for different technologies, different solutions or providers in different circumstances, i.e. that we should be happy to work with each other in a non-exclusive way. This is going to be needed to save the required 5 billion tons per annum of CO2 emitted by industry and required, according to the IEA, to reach the or to maintain the 1.5 degree scenario. And of course, 60% of that 5 billion tons comes from SME emitters, very pertinent for the previous presentation. And in particular, small and medium emitters are looking for a partnership offer approach to provide them with the whole life cycle solution, from capture to compression to transportation and then utilization or storage. So this session is going to focus on how business leaders and policymakers are developing those CCUS value chains, the challenges that we've encountered to date in so doing, and steps which can help the rapid deployment of the value chain. And particularly the topics are growing CCUS value chains, those challenges and barriers, and the steps we might take to accelerate against those barriers. So I'm delighted to have joining me 3 distinguished guests who I think will also offer a slightly different perspective on this topic. So I'm going to ask each of them to just introduce themselves. So Jeremy Harrell, you're the Chief Strategy Officer of ClearPath.
Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Jeremy Harrell. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at ClearPath. ClearPath is a DC-based advocacy and public policy organization that's focused on driving down policies or advancing U.S. federal policy to accelerate technological innovation that reduce and remove carbon emissions. And as you might imagine, that mission, CCUS is integrally involved in it.
Thanks, Jeremy. And Nathan Smith, Senior Director of Engineering Technology at Worley.
Thanks, Ian. Just testing this. Yeah, it's working. So Nathan Smith, been in the region for about 10 years, and the last 7 or 8 really focusing on decarbonisation and carbon capture techno-economic studies. So I found the last presentation very interesting, and this panel discussion will also be interesting.
And James Janoski, or JJ, Managing Director at Investment Banking at JP Morgan.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor. I co-head our business that, from a financial advisory and financing perspective, that helps corporates and governments and private entities on the advisory raising capital. I co-head the business globally that does power, renewables, energy, and energy transition, based in London for 23 years. So we cover the broad spectrum of the big NOCs, the big corporates, the big industrial users, to growth companies such as Carbon Clean. So looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks, JJ, and thanks again to all of you for joining the panel. So I think we'll get stuck in. I mean, look, first of all, be interested on each of your views of what do we actually mean by the CCUS value chain. So open it up to whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick us off there. And to me, it means the capacity to scale this technology that ClearPath at least views as a need to have, not a nice to have, to meet our challenges on climate and global economic development. And so that the overall supply chain's ability to deliver on massive scale up of the technology.
JJ?
No, I think I agree with that. I also think, at least from our perspective and what we see talking to corporates and financial institutions and governments, the CCUS value chain is still developing. It's a brand new value chain, like a number of these on the energy transition. I think broadly, the bookends are talked about. I think the other thing which is quite clear, though, is that there's multiple CCUS or CCS value chains that have to develop. So I think it's quite important when we talk about it or when people think about it, you look at it more granular because there's different solutions, there's different problems for each of those.
And Nathan?
I think you were hedging your bets a little bit, JJ, and that value chain also meant something slightly different in terms of not sourcing of materials and labour, but also the costs and carbon intensity of cradle-to-grave treatment of carbon. So not only everyone loves, and myself included, talking about technology within the ISBL of capture, but there's also a lot of OSBL out there, dehydration and transport, whether that transports onshore pipelines or whether it's a marine liquefied CO2 internationally shipped. So value chain to me resonates around treatment at the source and getting it into the ground in the case of sequestration. Value chain is the full spectrum of treatment of carbon, not just the capture.
Thank you. And JJ, asking you first of all, I mean, what's your view of the current status of the development of value chains today in CCUS space?
We have two experts here. I'll give my view. It's still early stages. If we think about money in 2022, $6 billion for carbon capture spent. If you look going out for 2030, it's about 200 multiples of that. You need roughly up to $500 billion a year and then $400 billion a year out to 2050. So early stages, it's progressing. It's obviously quite focused on natural gas, but if we're really going to address climate change and address the challenge, it has to be broadened out to broader industrial applications and reduce that. So I think there's a start. What I'm most encouraged about, and we see as a firm globally, there is a lot of interest. There's a lot of acceptance about CCUS. It's topical. It's trying to figure out, and we'll talk a lot about it, how do you de-risk it and scale it up in different applications quicker, because that's what we're missing today, is in my view.
Just want to have a little bit of a comment around the heat map that we see, if you will, on project activity post-FID and economic stimulus. We've got a lot of experts, America and from Europe. Funnily enough, there's some relatively clear policy around monetising carbon and regulatory framework and economic stimulus. And funnily enough, all the projects, well, not all the projects, a vast, greater quantity of projects, greater quantity FID. There's the haves, there's the haves. So in terms of the push-pull impact of progressing the rollout of CCUS, I'm a firm believer of, provide clear goalposts as to how it will be regulated and monetised, and there'll be some innovation brought to that area.
I agree with both of my colleagues up here, and I would say nascent but ready for takeoff. I think Secretary Moniz and Jeff underscored this a little bit, particularly in the U.S., but I think that's particularly the case in North America as a whole, as the U.S. federal government has prioritized a robust tax incentive, cost share agreements to bring new technologies forward in industrial and power sector applications, and really invested in trying to further permitting and expediting the build out of infrastructure. We've seen a major influx of projects in North America over the last year as those policies have come together, and we're seeing governments across the globe trying to match that. The Canadians in particular, as they look to try to compete with the U.S. in this space, are already considering advancing additional financial packages to try to de-risk and incentivize more private sector investment.
Thank you very much. So I think we'd all probably agree that a successful value chain is going to need the right balance between supply and demand. Firstly, how do you see that balance today? And if it's unbalanced in your view, how can we even that balance out? So.
I feel my ears are burning a little bit, Ian. The balance to me is dependent on what rules you play by. So, for instance, there's an opportunity, I think, till about 2035 to recycle grey carbon in Europe. There's also that opportunity with the IRA for the next 13 years to also recycle grey carbon. There's an example of where we can get a better match-up of supply and demand. However, if we're going to look at the purest approach of using either DAC or biogenic CO2 that is then subsequently released in its use cases, then there's a gross imbalance at the moment. So the supply and demand equation all depends on the rules by which you play with. And at the moment, we're seeing that varies quite dramatically across the jurisdictions.
Yeah, and I would add in the U.S., I think we're struggling with it on the demand side, right? A significant influx of policies have been in place across clean tech that's really aimed at driving the supply side. And the commercial marketplace isn't valuing the low carbon product quite at the level that I think is likely necessary to see a major commercial takeoff. And until that global marketplace starts to evolve more and value and frankly put a green premium on the lower carbon product, particularly in the industrial sector, I think it's going to be a challenge of how do we take this from tens of projects to hundreds of projects.
No, and I come at this from the financial side as opposed to the industry side, but what we see is there is that lack of durable demand that puts some prices along that helps to set for us to make projects financeable. And that's what we're continuing to working with, trying to think about with companies, with customers, with the governments, with financial institutions about how do you solve this? Because ultimately there's capital on the sidelines, but you need the supply, but you also need the demand effort, and we're missing it more on the demand, particularly in some of the emerging technologies, not the gray, but the emerging technologies is where we don't see that durable demand yet of size and scale. And it's going to come, but we have to continue to work at it because we need that inflection point where it just happens and we can bring down the cost curve.
So we've heard a lot actually during the course of today, and I've heard it a lot actually during COP28 generally, that the real key to this is a carbon price, a dependable carbon price, a carbon market. So where do you think we're at achieving that, and how long do you think it's going to take to get there that can be to something that can be relied upon to build into these project economics?
I think it's quite jurisdictional to your point in terms of being there. I don't think it's near term. I think it will have, part of it's going to have to be public and private policies to help stimulate it and establish it. We need the voluntary carbon markets to continue to get larger and more credible in this to help, I think, establish this.
I'm probably going to voice a hope rather than a hunch, but my dream would be an announcement in effect of starting with $80 per metric tonne. I'm hoping that would have been announced by now, but hopefully in the next little while. And that could see us potentially go after profitable carbon capture in the volume of roughly 30 to 45% of a lot of the large emitters. So certainly going after pre-combustion straight away and going after some of those richer sources of post-combustion. So more a hope than fact is that we might see a similar sort of pricing level to what we're seeing with the IRA right now, but local here to the Middle East.
Yeah, I'm highly skeptical of a U.S. domestic carbon price. I don't see it in the near term. In fact, the moment for the U.S. Congress to implement that was last Congress when they moved the IRA, and ultimately policymakers decide to take a carrots approach rather than a stick approach. And so I think it's important to what the Secretary kind of underlaid a little bit of how we weave these policies together into clear market signals that drive the development of this technology and send something to the market that drives low carbon products as a whole. And I think that's feasible. And I think we're going to see some of that, particularly as more international collaboration, trade policies come in place, things along those lines that will foster that. And so I think those incentive policies have the chance to have just as significant of an impact and likely even more of an impact in catalyzing this industry and supply chains.
So I think coming out of that, and again, I've heard this at quite a few of the events during this COP28, there's a finite limit to how far governments can incentivize, and there's no doubt that IRA has been the big bang that I think has focused a lot of minds in this space, so it's very welcome. But it's going to be finite. You know, the funds will be utilized, and as we've seen, the spend in this area required per annum is somewhat vaster than the incentives can meet. So what's your view of the stick approach? Because, you know, ultimately, if we conclude here it's some way off to getting a voluntary carbon market up and running, with sort of free market economics coming into play, then the stick approach is probably the one tool left in the toolbox. So, I mean, what do you think that might look like, and do you welcome that approach?
Yeah, I'm happy to start there. I mean, our general thesis is that we've got to shrink the green premium when push comes to shove, and that we're skeptical that regulatory efforts or even fees or carbon prices are the things that ultimately will bridge that gap and ultimately be what long-term drives a sustainable industry pushing forward. And so I think this moment is so essential, right? We need to see the commercial takeoff of these technologies, and I think the learning by doing will drive down cost, and we seed and try to really bring that green premium to the lowest level that we think is possible. I mean, CCS is inherently an added cost to an industrial facility, something along those lines. So I think we need to be realistic about it. But I think financial markets are driving towards a carbon-constrained world, and so I think those things can marry as we see the technology dramatically reduce in cost.
JJ?
I think it's a great point, because if you compare Europe versus the US is very incentive subsidies, Q45s, we all know what those are. Europe is more the stick approach. And with the border carbon adjustment mechanism coming, it's more so. It's very hard to believe the green premiums were going to last forever, and how you think about what those numbers could be, particularly once the subsidies and incentives start going away. But they're critical to enable the scaling up, the de-risking, the commercialization in the short term, because once you get to a point, you don't need to worry about a green premium. It'd be nice to have it maybe, but you can't price it in or rely on it. And I think whatever it may be, if it's a stick or a carrot, we need to have policies that help move this forward quickly, but they shouldn't be there forever to force a green premium. That's not free markets. And
there's a fair difference in cost structure between, say, different hydrogen production routes. So when we say that we'd like to see the phasing out of green premiums in the future, that could be a little ways away. You know, you could be talking anywhere between $2.50 for blue hydrogen with sequestration up to $5 to $6 for green, depending on your capacity factor and where you are. So that's a fair divergence in cost structure. So therefore, a green premium has to be quite, how do I put this, quite the cushioning effect in order to be able to bring these low carbon derivatives to market, and being able to stand on their own 2 feet with a sort of competitive cost structure, I think is a little ways away. I think we're going to see subsidies and premiums around for a while if we're going to get this done. And I think there's going to be more pragmatism around, less discussion around colours and more discussion around carbon intensity and energy density. And less preference for a particular technology route. So I endorse the vision for less reliance on green premiums, but I suspect that they're a necessary evil for quite a while yet.
So, you know, to sort of follow that point to its conclusion, I mean, how do each of you think we can build a successful full life cycle CCUS model as rapidly as we need to if we're going to meet these targets that we've been set and keep 1.5 degrees on target by 2050? So, Jeremy, maybe you'd like to start with that one.
Sure. I think this is the decade where we have to learn by doing, right? And so, particularly in the North American story, that means streamlining the processes that bring these projects forward. And I mean, we're already seeing a critical barrier in the permitting side, which is on CO2 storage. You know, to the point that was mentioned earlier a little bit, that these policies weren't all implemented at the same time, so they didn't necessarily sync up. So we've thrown big tax incentives at carbon capture technologies. We've given the U.S. Department of Energy billions of dollars to do cost shares with these technologies to kind of offset some of the initial cost. We've given resources to the regulator to speed it along, and the regulator has done basically nothing. We've seen an influx. We've gone from somewhere in the 30 to 40 permits before the EPA for CO2 storage to upwards of 160 or 70 in the last year and a half. Nothing's gotten out the door. One way to relieve some of this bottleneck is giving states more discretion to make the decisions in these cases, called state primacy. It's a process that is much faster without any problems with or without any sacrifices on the environmental side. They've delayed on some of the most basic states like Louisiana that Secretary Moniz had right up there, which is a huge opportunity. And so, the federal government, the US federal government can't get out of its own way at the moment. And we don't frankly have the time for that at the moment. We need to capitalize on this financial incentive moment to commercially deploy and get nonsensical things like that bureaucracy out of the way that's prohibiting our ability to bring this technology to the market and prove to the world that it can be a major driver of industrial and power sector emissions reductions.
Ready to throw the microphone at me, Ian? I think there's lots of discussion around ISBL technology. I feel that there's a hell of a lot of costs locked up in the quality of integration. I think we do not want to bespoke engineer that integration each time. We need a playbook. And I think spending a little bit more effort as an industry sector on the value from astute integration, but replicated, I think it can strip a lot of cost out of these developments rather than a sole focus on the really interesting part, which is ISBL carbon capture technology.
Probably, I agree with the colleagues. I would just add, I think the one thing which people still question about, consistent policy, consistent regulations, standards that everyone can work to and agree to and measure. I think the other point which we're seeing that is working and that we think, and I think it can accelerate all this, is what you've been doing, Ian, is industrial partnerships to decarbonize and share technologies, share risk and accelerate, as opposed to trying to do it yourself. I think that's quite important.
And do you think that there's an opportunity here for the international community to work together on whether it's incentives, it's the stick approach, regulation? Because it does seem at the moment that different countries, different blocs announce their own strategy, their own approach to this, which sometimes conflicts with an alternative. It just seems to me that if we could reach some sort of international approach to this and it's standardized across the world, that could be a good precursor to a free market sort of floating carbon price.
Can I respond with yes and no? I think that probably internationally we might be able to agree on product quality. I can't see that economic stimulus is going to be uniform globally. That's going to have to be unique to how cashed up each region is. But I can see that surely we can agree on what low carbon, medium carbon and high carbon products look like in terms of their intensity. So obviously standardizing on product qualities is the first thing. Then also how we treat sequestration in NDCs. For a country to, I believe they're currently driven to sequestrate domestically, while some countries are blessed with greater sequestration resources than another, and we need to free that up to be able to freely transport CO2 internationally for sequestration on behalf of others. That's a play for the value chain, but it's also going to free up this monumental task that we have ahead of us between linking source and sink of CO2. So there's a couple of things that we can do, but do I expect a uniform regulatory or economic stimulus at a global level? I can't see it happening, no.
I do think both bilateral and multilateral partnerships are going to be really important, especially in we're sitting here during COP, and a big portion of the conversation among diplomats here have been about the global south and emerging economies. And I think it's particularly in the CCUS area where we have to find ways to de-risk projects, not only within our own borders, but in regions of the world that frankly are going to have to rely on fossil fuels for both power generation as well as industrial growth for the foreseeable future. And I think if those partnerships don't come together in the coming years, we're unrealistic about reaching any levels of deep decarbonization by mid-century, let alone net zero.
No, I agree with that. I think that's, I think the other thing which is just quite important as we think about, I can judge, right, complicated, multilateral, fiscal kind of, the system has proven in the past, the financial system, that they can raise capital and they can work around even if there is not a global standard or there's not global financials. Taxes might be different. So I think the financial system has to evolve also with the industry to be able to provide capital as needed in whichever environment. But it's a working together, it's a partnership.
And I think, JJ, probably to start with you on the next question I have, and this is a question from me as CFO, actually. So obviously, my two main focuses, one is equity investment in us as a business to develop our technologies. But, you know, if we're really going to scale and deploy a lot of our technology, it's finding ways of financing the deployment of that technology. And I've heard a lot at this conference, as I hear at pretty much every conference I go to. There's a huge amount of money we'd like to deploy, but it's all sitting and no one really wants to enter the water first. So, I mean, how do you see that? How's it evolving in your mind? And how do you see the opportunity to unlock that capital faster?
So we talked about it on the panel a little bit the other day, but just if we reset in 2000, kind of till early 2022, there was a lot of growth capital coming. And let's differentiate venture capital from growth capital. So there was a lot of growth capital that was available. You saw a lot of companies go public. You saw a lot of funds set up. You saw a lot of companies make investments across the spectrum from, I would call it proven technologies that needed to commercialize and scale up to some emerging technologies like SMR. We saw the SPAC boom in the US, which raised a lot of capital. And we've seen the air of that balloon come out pretty dramatically over the last 12 months or 18 months. So it's become much, much harder to raise capital, whether it's in public or private markets, on the equity side. And we'll focus on the equity side. That will come back. Markets do come back. But what we're seeing today is a much more structured approach. And people, and I know you say scale, one of the issues as opposed to raising a lot of capital with maybe not the best defined sources, people are trying to be more specific, project specific, pull together industrial partners to put some equity in to provide off-take. With that then starts to make some of these projects bankable. So I think it's just the capital is going to be there. It's just much more bespoke about how you put this together. How do you really scale it up? Everyone wants to infrastructuralize their businesses because there's substantial infrastructure capital and people want returns. That type of return is infrastructure capital is 8 to 12%. Growth equity capital is 15, 25%. It's a different type of capital. So you have to structure to bring that capital down and access both, but you need both of that to grow.
And then I think I just want to talk a little bit more about some of the specific aspects of CCUS and the value chain. So I think we've talked already a little bit about sequestration and permitting, but what's the panel's view, first of all, on transportation and the challenges of transportation for CO2?
The tyranny of distance. So we've looked at cost versus distance versus parcel size. You know, we spoke about some nations needing to export their CO2, but if they're not nearby, it's a killer. The costs just absolutely balloon very quickly with distance, given the shipping efficiency, let alone the marine and ports costs. So they're, you know, coming back to the agreements, you know, two or three-way agreements. I think that's going to have to be geographically based because shipping distance absolutely escalates the cost very, very quickly, and we need to eradicate that distance in shipping. So tyranny of distance needs to be one of the golden rules, very respected very quickly.
I mean, it's why I'm so concerned about the sequestration problem, because I think it's unrealistic, particularly in the early stages of this industry, to expect significant infrastructure build-out, pipelines, things along those lines. I think we've seen that firsthand in the U.S. Midwest with a recent cancellation of a big CO2 project that was supposed to connect Midwestern ethanol plants to the North Dakota sink. And that project had significant financial backing with strong financial players, a handful of entities and an off-taker, and it ultimately was public support that drove it down. And frankly, a lot of public questions that will be easily debunked when we have more case points to point to and show folks the safe operations of these projects. And so I think we need these earlier stage projects to be close to sinks and to be able to prove out kind of the viability, the safety, which I feel confident in from a scientific standpoint, but in an effort to win the hearts and minds and frankly make it easier to permit these things later on, I think we're going to need to be able to show direct results.
Just a quick add-on to that, the risks associated with carbon transport aren't that far away from the risks associated with hydrocarbons transport. So there's a bridge there between convincing the public that actually you've had a gas pipeline in your backyard for the last 20 years. These were the risks then, and these are the same risks translated to CO2 or carbon transport. They're not that different.
And I would just add, I think the encouraging thing that we see is if you look particularly in the North Sea, in the UK, in Denmark, what's going on in Norway, using existing infrastructure, the pipes primarily, and just reversing them and using depleted gas fields. Those types of projects help those learning curves, and the good thing about those are quite scalable. And there will be replicas of those around the world. So I think that, to me, as opposed to putting it on a boat and shipping it, which I agree with you, the cost structure just doesn't work today. Focused on these big abaters, Northwest Europe, use those as proof points about how you actually develop these. How do you think about the value chain? How do you bring down the cost? What are the economics? What do you need for a price? We need more of those to accelerate because those learnings can then just get populated. The other place where we see the really interesting loop, and which I think most people are aware of, is what people are trying to do in Australia. So we've seen all the projects in terms of you take LNG from Australia, you take it up to Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and you bring the carbon back and you put it into the fields there. That to me is going to be probably the first big proof point of big scale, long distances, putting it on boats, and how do you make the economics work? And that's quite advanced. And the Japanese are, particularly in Korea, I was just there about a month ago, are very supportive of this. So those types of projects are the ones that we have to watch and learn from.
Yeah, to JJ's point, I mean, no doubt a big factor in the Exxon Denbury deal that was from a couple months ago, and Exxon acquiring the single largest network of CO2 pipelines in the United States.
And thinking a little bit about utilization now, I mean, Carbon Clean's involved in some very interesting projects with Liquid Wind and their flagship one project, which is being developed by Ørsted in Sweden. We're working on a sustainable aviation fuel project with Cemex in Germany. And I mean, what's the panel's view of these markets and how they're going to grow and what the value that will be that they create? And this then gives an opportunity for the CCU rather than the CCS.
I'll kick off. I've looked at costs, and it took me a while to stop looking at costs. And what I mean by that is I think a lot of it initially will be the unicorn off-taker, where there's an integration between off-take and use and investment in the supply chain. You know, Maersk is a classic example. So we'll have the unicorns leading off. Then we'll probably see, and this is a difficult concept to get across, but you'll have markets, for instance, SAF, where it could be blended, and we heard from a previous panel discussion where blending can be a pretty powerful tool. But then also when fuel is a small percentage of an operating cost of a service provider. So you can get away with a premium on the fuel, but then you can ramp up the marketing of a green service provision. So you get to really ramp up the ratio of increased fuel cost to maximum marketability. So then you go from a cost type review to the marketability of a green service. And those are the sorts of unicorn and second tier off takers that will be able to absorb the increased fuel cost. But if we're looking for off takers that can't ramp up the marketing and we're expecting a premium off take for 25 years, we're going to be waiting a while.
Okay, well, thanks very much for that. We've got a few minutes just for any questions that you might want to give to the panel on this subject. So any questions on the floor? We've got just one at the front there.
Yep, Julian Mochuka is my name. We've been talking in these panels about the cost to transport and to store CO2 from an industrial capture. Do you see DAC as a better option, given the fact that we can use the capture CO2, for example, for synthetic fuels, as a value-creating activity? Do you think that will take off maybe a little bit better than spending on capture, transportation, and then sequestration?
Different drivers, in that if you look at Etihad, Emirates, and Qatar Airways, they could justify a fuel premium for 10% of their SAF blend, and then you can see DAC going to SAF, being blended and being on-sold with an increase in your airplane ticket. That is a very different use case to needing to decarbonise industrial assets. So then we saw some costs versus scale, and that was at 4%, which I thought was a little bit pessimistic. I think a lot of emissions are somewhere between 5 to 15%, but you're talking anywhere between $80 to $180 per metric tonne in decarbonisation, including storage or transport and storage, versus $450 per metric tonne. So there's another jump up in cost when you're starting to talk DAC, which is commercial when applied in a different use case, not in industrial decarbonisation, is my view.
I would agree. I don't think it's a better scenario. I think it's an and. I think to the hubs approach, or the general, how do we better drive regional infrastructure in place that works? I think CDR can play a really important role alongside point source capture, but I don't think it's going to be, it's not a substitute, and I don't know that particularly in the short term it's going to be an initial driver of overall development and financing.
We as a firm believe in both. It's an addition, you need it. It's different applications. As you say, it's a different cost curve. I would also say, particularly for the industrial, the point source, some of the gray versus DAC, they're much more advanced in terms of scalability and proof points. There's only, today in DAC, there's only really one commercial plant working. There's a lot of learnings that have to go and get the scaling up. It will come, but it's not going to be, it's not either or, it's definitely and.
Just quickly, crystal balling, I wonder how many people are confident that we're going to reach 1.5. I wonder how many people are confident we're going to reach 2. Just sort of whimsical crystal balling, does DAC come into being able to claw back atmospheric concentrations later on when we miss these targets?
Thank you. Well, I think we're at time, so I'd like to thank Jeremy, Nathan, and JJ very much. Please give them a round of applause for participating today. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. Okay. Good job. Thanks very much. Really good. Thank you very much. Okay. Go to the next slide, please. So our final panel today is looking at developing common standards to support CCUS growth. So please welcome back on the stage our Chair, CEO, and co-founder of Carbon Clean, Aniruddha Sharma, and joining him on stage and as guests for the discussion, Olivia, Claude, and Vincent. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. There's been so much energy and excitement today here that Ian has changed my name. But that's fine, anything for carbon capture. I wanted to welcome you all for this specific panel that's going to focus on the standardization. It was, for me at least, a couple of things that I took from the previous panels, especially the one led by Dr. Moniz and Jeff. It was quite clear that if you're going to focus on industrial emissions, if you're going to decarbonize industrial emissions, those are spread all over the place, we need to be thinking about standards and how we can do that. On this panel, we do have people who actually have the experience of dealing with standardization very closely, or who are talking to the industry, that represent the industry very, very closely. Let me see. I guess the discussion here will focus on the priority areas for establishing common standards, successful examples of supply chain standardization, and the impact policy could make. I have a very esteemed panel here. I would pass on the mic one by one and let them introduce themselves, and at the same point of time tell them what they do and what their companies do. Let's get started with Olivia first.
Thank you, Aniruddha. I'm Olivia Powis. I'm UK Director at the CCSA, that's a Carbon Capture and Storage Association. We're the lead European trade association for deploying commercial carbon capture at scale. And we have just over 100 members. We have 118 members and offices in the UK and EU.
Wonderful. Vicente.
My name is Vicente Saizo. I'm the head of sustainability for Cemex. We are a building materials company. We manufacture cement, concrete, aggregates with a global presence. Our headquarters in Mexico, and one of those sectors called hard to abate. No? So we're working on how to figure out the road to net zero in our industry.
I'm Claude Letrono. I'm the CEO of Svante. We're an OEM, the original equipment manufacturer of carbon capture and removal solution, and we're also a technology provider. We're based in Vancouver, and we have a different technology than the first generation, being a liquid-based solvent. We have a solid-state technology that is allowing us to modularize quite quick. So we'll be talking, and I must congratulate you and Yehuda that inviting another technology provider to the standardization, I think, is a good sign that the industry is talking to each other and trying to find ways of standardizing and modularizing the industry. So thank you for that.
Exactly. I think I'm sure the panelists would agree with the kind of ambition we need to achieve in terms of going at the speed of building carbon capture units and providing the equipment in the market. I think it's a good and maturing sign for the industry that people are talking to each other and they are already starting to define its standardization. I almost always say that EV revolution happened because there was Model S, Model Y, and Model 3. If they had 100 models, EV revolution would probably not have happened. Let's jump straight into the discussion. Olivia, I want to start with you first. The CCSA did a piece of research recently on growing the UK supply chains. What can standardization and what role could a standardization play in supporting the growth of the supply chain?
Thanks, Aniruddha. Yeah, we published a piece of work earlier this year on best practice in the supply chain, and to try and drive that through the industry with an ambition of 50% local content. But I think standardization across the supply chain can really help to proactively sort of drive the sector forward towards common objectives. It's worth noting that it is a new industry in the UK, and so there will be lots of new technologies and different types developing, and so we don't want to stifle that, but need to try and make sure that there is as much helpful standardization as possible, I think, to sort of really deploy that market. And I think, the technology for CCUS will really range, and we've got different types of plants and different types of technologies that will fit to those plants, and therefore it's kind of seeking which opportunities within that, I think, are opportunities for standardization, and we've also looked at sort of modularization there. I mean, there was also a study that came along that with high-value opportunity areas in the supply chain, and so they allocated sort of key areas that we could look at, and some of those really would benefit from standardization and a common taxonomy across the supply chain, so we all know what we're talking about, using the same language, the same terminology, and really helping to drive that forward. I can go into more detail about which components later, though.
Thank you, Olivia. If I could go to Vicente and zoom in onto the cement sector, from your experience, what options, priority areas have you already looked at, and have they delivered any cost reduction? What priority areas for standardization have you already looked at, and if there are some that have delivered any cost reductions?
Well, I think in general terms, standardization is very well needed in this, let's say, broad, open collaboration, innovation ecosystem that is being created. I completely agree with that. Standardization could also help scalability, which is going to be a key factor in arriving to the solutions that will be driven in their cost of implementation down as fast as possible, no? And modularization for sure will help, no? Because at least in our process, every plant is very different. Every plant has different characteristics. Every plant has an original technology that could be very different from each other. We have grown through acquisitions, and obviously we don't have and the cement factory runs for decades, no? So from that point of view, these three elements would be the key to try to scale up and to drive costs down, no? And hopefully this learning curve and the cost curve can happen in a fast way, so that we can start to apply this technology broadly, and not only in a very few showcase projects, no? Like make it a reality to try to extend to a whole network of plants that we have all over the world.
And for you specifically, are you focusing on the supply chain standardization or the standardization of carbon intensity for your final product? Which one do you think is more important, or do you think both are important?
Carbon intensity of our final product I think is going to be at the end the most relevant one, because that's what we deliver to our customers. That's what we deliver. That's how we turn our process into what we deliver to the customer. So definitely at the product level is going to be the most relevant, and we are starting to see the first cases in our industry of some CCUS projects ready or near to be firstly implemented, and there's already conversations and creations of, for example, of a competitor launch already preemptively a brand and how to brand a net zero product, no? And that's going to drive a very interesting competitive dynamic in our sector, because this has at the end how you will communicate to your customer that they are buying something that is carbon neutral, no? So I think that's where the most relevant dynamic will happen, no?
And Claude, if I could bring you in, you're investing in both in CCUS technology development, deployment, and in DAC technology as well. How does the standardization support for development of these technologies improve the economic case?
Yeah, so our thinking is based on the following. There's 40 plants today of 1 million ton. We need to go to 10 gigaton, which is 10,000 plants of 1 million ton. So for the next 30 years, let's assume you have 30% market share, I have 30% market share. That's 3,000 plants each we need to build in the next 10 years, like 30 years. So 10 plants basically a year, 2 plants a week that needs to be commissioned. When you start thinking like this, You have to say, okay, how am I going to be able to modularize these things and cookie cutter these design and standardize your manufacturing? So we tend to think in terms of manufacturing and project delivery. So on the manufacturing side, we have a solid state technology, which allows us to basically make a filter that looks from the outside exactly the same for direct air capture as it does for point source. We changed the sorbent material, and we can accommodate basically the two markets. So the first thing we've done is by working with our partner, Climeworks, and basically says, if you use the same manufacturing process and standard of packaging these filters, and then you modularize these things, we will be able to take advantage, both of us, of the economic of scale and learning curve of making these filters. So that's the first thing we've done. The design of our contactor is basically a slow-moving bed, and we've decided to standardize the dimension of these contactors the same way, and we have 2 diameter sizes that allows us to do these things, and we're trying basically to work with our customers to do a multiple of these contactors as opposed to doing custom designed towers, or in your case towers, but in our case it would be. So I think the industry needs to think about that sort of things from a manufacturing point of view. Thirdly, I think many of the balance of plant is very common between the way a liquid amine system would work and the way a solid state system would work. We need a pretreatment, we need a compressor package, we need utilities, so the heat exchanger to exchange the heat and heat waste recovery. So we are working, as example we saw this morning, with companies who are providing these pre-engineered package and trying to work with our EPC partners in standardizing the design of these packages so that we can order the same model with the supply chain. So on the project delivery side, we don't want to go through a learning curve of having to work with a new engineering construction company all the time, because that would be a killer for a new technology being introduced to the marketplace and very time consuming. So we've elected to partner with only a handful of engineering construction companies. So one of them today is in the room, Samsung Engineering. It so happened that, because we're going to share this market share, 30%, we have the same engineering construction company. So that's going to be good. So that's an example of the type of things we need to do. So.
And I think I want to bring in Olivia. I think this is perfect time to bring you in. Where I want to ask, from the study you just completed, have you looked at examples of technology where technology partners collaborating has helped improve the supply chain in spaces?
They looked at sort of high value opportunity areas for the supply chain, and then I think within that then looked at specific areas of where they would need to be bespoke designs and optimal technologies, and where there would be more opportunity for standardization. So that for the UK, in terms of the 3 areas that came out, it was column vessels, heat exchangers, and basic process control. So in various different components, and not all looking necessarily to standardization, but there were in specific areas it was really set out as an opportunity. And I think the supply chain is so early, I think, in the UK that they're still sort of moving towards that standardization and working out how to collaborate across between them.
I think a key question moving on from there is the relationship with the carbon intensity, and I think Vicente, you already talked about this. Do you think that the policy need to play a role in terms of creating a common framework for carbon intensity, for example, labeling or something like that? I have been to lots and lots of conversations where people actually say, well, we are ready to supply low carbon cement, but what is low carbon?
I think the work needs to be done there, because definitely there is no common standard that I can think of how you label or how do you determine that a product is lower carbon. In our industry, right now we are self-defining every company by ourselves. We have an association, the Global Cement and Concrete Association. We eventually take it there at some point in time to do a common definition for all, no? But at the beginning, when everything is starting, everybody comes up with their own definition, no? So I think the room is completely open to do that work, no? And I think at least what has worked for us in the industry is that we have this body that with technical experts from all the companies, and we work together on defining common definitions and common thresholds and common standards, no? Sometimes the authorities give you some thresholds, so sometimes regulation helps in defining that, because you negotiate with an authority what's going to be, for example, the benchmark in the European emission trading system. You have a benchmark of how much CO2 you produce in a certain factory, and they use the benchmark of the 10% best to determine how many CO2 allowances they give to you, no? In that case, the authority has already given a relevant reference point, no? That can help the rest of the industry. But in lower carbon products, at the moment, there is work to be done, no? And I think it has to happen industry by industry. And as it's the sooner that you do that, the better, because it's more clarity to the market, less greenwashing, no? And I think it's for the better of everybody, no?
I completely agree, and I think this has been the COP of action, and if you want to take the action forward, you have to exactly clearly define what the rules when people start to take action. I want to ask Claude, so for the contactor you mentioned, you play in both the areas, point source and DAC. For point source, the contactor cost could be 10-15%. For DAC, it's actually quite high. We were chatting about it, 90%. How can the standardization help the capital cost switch between the two technologies?
Yeah, because in the air you have 0.04%, and in industrial you have about 15% CO2. The amount of volume of filter you need to have to treat both of them, there's a ratio of 30. You need 30 times more volume of filtering for air capture than you do for point source. So when you factor that in, it translates that the capital cost of a direct air capture, 90% of it is the contactor and the filter. But when you look at a point source, the contactor and the filter represents 10 to 15% of it. So you can see that the filtering device is very sensitive in the case of a DAC than it would be in the case of point source. So we need to find a way of leveraging both market, I guess, in getting down the learning curve faster with DAC, because you get more volume done. But from a cost point of view, the sensitivity, so standardization of the process to make sure that they all look the same coming out of the factory. It's just you've changed the material. The material is a way of. So.
And are you getting success? Are you getting traction from the market in the common mission to do that?
In terms of being
standardization.
Well, that's a choice we have to make between us as a manufacturer and OEM in our partner and customers. So we control the specification of the filters because we make our own contactor. In the case of point source, we don't make our contactor in the case of direct air capture. This is done by Climeworks. So we had to do an interaction with them to make sure that they were using the same unit block. So I think the parallel I can make is you buy a battery pack for a UAV, while inside you have standardized cell being made, yes? So we're making the cell, or if you wish, the filter element that goes into a bigger pack, and that pack is the filter that goes into each of these contactors. So the final contactor or battery pack can be different, but the unit cell inside are similar.
Olivier, if I can bring this back and maybe ask the question around the carbon take-back obligation. So if you could actually talk a bit about what these are, and again, what the carbon, and how they could actually drive standardization forward.
Yeah, the carbon take-back obligation is something that has been worked on, I think, for a number of years, and again proposed in the Net Zero Industry Act, an obligation proposed on fossil fuel suppliers or producers to store as much as they produce, and it would ramp up over time and potentially go beyond 100%. And it's something we're hosting a discussion session on it later on this week, and it's something we're looking at in terms of how it will be able to sort of drive forward the storage market and give a clear signal in terms of bringing forward CO2 storage, which I think when we look at the overall market itself, standards and low carbon product standards are one element of it, carbon pricing is another element of it, and then bringing the storage is another part. And so how they all work together and move forward is absolutely critical. But in terms of how it's designed and how it works, there has to be standardization across that to, we still don't know how it would work in practice and how it could really develop, but these are all some of the questions we're looking to answer. But one of the ways it would do that is that it would have to have standardization in terms of the approach, how it is applied, how it would be applied globally and not just in one state or another, and how that CO2 is measured and monitored, and the whole process that goes with that to ensure that there is a fair process across that. So in terms of driving forward that industry, it's really critical that if it's to move forward, there's a really agreed common acceptance of standards of how it would do that, I think, for it to be accepted and for it to deliver successfully. But I think also, the low carbon products standard will be absolutely critical in terms of driving forward the market. And we've got to be really clear that, we are working to a unified standard as far as possible across globally as much as possible, and not just developing our own standards there and what that looks like and how we're going to ramp up towards them.
Yeah, so I think one example of a standard that we need to work as technology provider is that we are being asked to provide a pipeline grade CO2 for companies who are going to transport and store the CO2. Well, right now it is driven by the storage guys, and actually it's driven by the first mover, not necessarily the industry. So they're imposing, because of the risk adverse, a very, very tight specification on the CO2 that they're asking us to basically provide them in terms of impurities, not in terms of the CO2 concentration, but all these impurities that may affect the corrosion of the pipeline or even the storage capacity. So in the past, the pre-treatment, so they're pushing the problem to us in the pre-treatment, because we're not there to remove all the impurities when we separate CO2 from nitrogen. That's the task we're trying to do. So it's pushing us to work on pre-treatment. In the past, liquid amine were used for gas treatment, and they were not, they didn't have to deal with the impurities. When we migrate to the industrial, you have a lot of SOx and NOx and impurities that affects the amine. So amine we're looking at in the first project you got on coal power plant, they ended up developing pre-treatment, very costly pre-treatment systems. In our case, we're less sensitive to this, but nevertheless, that's not the game. The game is not about the sensitivity of our active material to capture. It's about the spec they want at the back end of it. So that's a discussion we need to have, because it's pushing a lot of costs in pre-treatment to us, being tagged on the cost of capture, but it's not actually the cost of capture. It's the cost of giving them a product. So there's a dialogue that needs to be established. So the more we come in as a voice in one industry, I think the better off we'll be in negotiating these specs.
I completely agree. And one example that immediately comes to mind and pretty pertinent here is we have, we standardized the size of the carbon capture unit a couple of years back, and we now have, Pratik talked about, we have 49 operating sites in 12 countries capturing carbon dioxide. We're trying to build 2 carbon capture plants, exactly the same size, fully modular, in 2 different countries, Spain and the UK. In Spain, the cost is something like $55 million. In the UK, the cost is 174 million pounds, $180 million. So I went to the EPCs and I said, well, what's going on here? I mean, this is exactly the same plant, and there it is that, there it is that. They say, oh, we actually don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we'll find. We don't know how we're going to get the people in. We don't know what the contractual structure is. So it seems like as we progress the carbon capture industry forward, there is a need for a standardization in every single element. It's not just about standardizing the technology, as you said. It's also about standardizing what people are asking for on the other end, how the EPCs actually integrate the whole ecosystem around carbon capture plant. We were talking about pre-treatment.
Yes, of course, because the characteristics of our flue gas, that is an obligated question, no? So it will also come back to us, no? And see what we can do. I wanted to ask Claude and also yourself of a question. Is manufacturing and delivering and installing an equipment for us also is relevant to think on standardization for operation and maintenance, no? Because sometimes, even with the simplest equipment, no, like continuous monitoring emissions, of major emissions, no, NOx, SOx, we are finding difficulties that when we bring an equipment from Europe that works well and we're trying to install it in Mexico, if you don't have the support, service support, it doesn't work, and we all the time we have to calibrate and all that. So I think that's also going to be a very relevant topic.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So in our case, because it's solid state, we put these filters in and we take them out 3 or 5 years after life. So we need to monitor them continuously, even though it's operated by the customer, in order to basically guarantee the performance in the lifetime. So the data acquisition and that's required to do these things also, different industry have different standard or preference in working with data acquisition from one industry versus the other one. So we're having that discussion right now and with different, with Rockwell's and others, and trying to see in the oil and gas which standard are they using, and in the case of cement, which one they would be using as well. So.
I think to answer your question, I think one of the important elements that at least we have noticed on a couple of plants, and again it goes to the point of standardization, is actually the standardization of how people look at these plants and how they operate it. So whenever you go and look at the data from different plants over a period of 2 years or 3 years, you would actually see a very, very different regime from these plants. Even if the plant's the same, there's quite different thing going on. And you say, well, actually, what's the element? What has changed here? The answer is the human element. There are different operators who've been trained in whatever they did previously in the jobs. They've been trained in different ways, and it keeps changing quite a lot. So we actually have started the process of digitization to standardize this whole process. We implemented a small AI module at a steel plant in India, capturing carbon dioxide. And because the AI module was doing nothing, it was just following the host plant, going up, going down, whatever they were doing, it actually saves the operating cost by 29%, versus the human operators who were looking at it like 24/7. So I think the role of digitization is going to be extremely, extremely important as we build the industry forward and we create open, transparent networks. I want to maybe talk a bit about and move towards the policy at this point of time. Policy has a much bigger role, and this COP has clearly demonstrated that as we move towards that ambition for net zero, the policymakers need to come together and A, start defining common reduction targets, and B, the goal for individual industry. Olivier, if I can bring this to you, could you actually maybe talk a bit about from the UK experience of how defining ambition at a government level, at a national level, could potentially have an impact on decarbonization for different industries and standardization there?
In a sort of macro scale, I mean, I think obviously that the role of government is really critical in setting that ambition and the targets in terms of driving deadlines and levels of decarbonisation they want to achieve. And then I think it's been around, the government has been critical in terms of designing the policy and the framework for how that will happen, standardization and looking, across the business models, but then looking at the network code and how the role of a network code can provide that standardization across the industry. And I think it's been an interesting thing to watch, I think, in terms of development, because it's been industry-led with government feeding in. But obviously, you know, we have these deadlines in terms of what we need to achieve. And so there have been the first 2 transport and storage clusters really sort of at the center of the discussion in terms of how they develop that initial network code and what it looks like. And there was an ambition, for example, to have a standard CO2 spec across the network code. And it's you know, continually the movement has been between how can we do this quickly and how do we get what we need without sort of overcomplicating and adding cost. And I think the initial ambition was that there would be one clear standard of a CO2 spec that would potentially work across an entire joined up network in time. And I think, you know, there have been slightly different, with each cluster in the UK, they've diverged a bit, and there are different CO2 specs there. So it's around, you know, it's been that sort of movement of like the ambition is there for standardization, and I think, you know, then the practicalities of how can that be delivered, but they need to look into the longer term in terms of, well, where's that going to leave us? And I think that's still there for that ambition of the network code, and then looking at further standardization beyond that as well.
Yeah, I guess practicality is the key word here. I get Vicente, it'll be great to actually know your thinking. How do you think about sustainability and scaling up that sustainability when you deal with practicalities of operating different cement plants in different parts of the world?
Well, I think what has been working for us is that we used to think that every place was different and that we should have a different approach to every place. But what we are finding is that we are trying to also, not to overuse the word standardization, but we are also trying to, let's say, to try to replicate our practices all throughout our network, independently of where we are located. Regulations may be different in different places, but if we apply one basic minimum criteria for a certain element of implementing an initiative, is working well for us, and that way we can go faster, no? And we cannot just, we don't have to wait for each geography to define a completely different set. So we define like the minimum requirement that needs to be fulfilled, and then we start quick and fast implementation. No? I think that is what has been working for us. And then we deal in each geography with doing the advocacy to try to make them similar, to try to have regulatory frameworks that are compatible from one place to the other, but that comes after. We cannot wait for that to happen. No? So we need to work, it's like work in progress, and then examples of other places and all that help us to push authorities to adjust their regulatory framework.
Claude, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think the difference we see from when we get the perspective of the operator in different industry we're dealing with, they're coming with standards that are based on, well, we don't want different types of valves, different types of instrument, because it's the same one we have in the cement factory, and the oil and gas has their own spec. So they're imposing a certain spec on us. So the difference is more coming from different segment of the industrial sector. I'll give you, for example, in the oil and gas industry, when we look at a project, the size of the flanges they want us to put in is like unbelievable. We say, this is for high pressure gas. And they say, well, that's the standard. We have a low pressure, it's ambient pressure. No, that's the spec. So the cost difference between a flange this thick and a flange this thick is quite big. So it is very much industry dialogue that needs to take place. So for us as carbon capture supplier, going from a cement factories to an oil and gas to a pulp and paper, we get all kinds of discussions. So.
Well, can you supply them some wrenches so that they can use
No,
No, even the wrenches have to be API certified in oil and gas. So, I guess the question then coming back is like, who should be certifying these standards, or who should be creating these standards? Because obviously the technology suppliers want to have their standards, the user want to have their own standards, and I'm sure maybe the safety inspectors want to have their own standards as well. So who should be creating and writing these standards? Maybe we start from that side.
I think it's going to come by example, doing it one project, two project, and then suddenly each one of us, technology-wise, there's a different solution to address carbon capture. There will be certain niche in which we are better suited than others, and once you do these things, you become the standard in that industry, and then you can dictate a bit some of these things. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a challenge. The big boys have a way of telling you this is the way it's going to go.
And building up on your idea, maybe to turn that initial phase definition and trying to convert to go to an international body to create some type of international standard as much as possible, no? Because that facilitates the whole thing. No? We see it in very different elements, no? Like an environmental product declaration of how much, what is our footprint, the footprint of our product, and then we go one operator here that has a certain definition in Germany and one operator in the US with a different definition also. As much as possible, international bodies, no? That can conciliate differences of criteria in big regions, no? Like Europe as a whole, North America as a whole, or something like that, no?
Olivia.
Yeah, I think, and from the experience of network codes, it's got to be industry-led, within that framework, provided by government within that policy framework there. But I think, and as well globally as much as possible. And for example, the network code in the UK, we've already sort of said to EU, here's something you can just copy and paste if relevant, and if you can, I think as we're moving forward, we just need to do and be open to that as much as possible. So it's the same companies across the world who are developing and supplying. So they need us to cooperate as much as possible there, I think.
Interesting. I want to go towards some practical examples now as you sort of move towards closing the panel. So I want to get towards some very, very practical examples. Maybe starting from Vicente, are there practical examples you could share where standardization has helped you deploy the solutions faster?
I don't know. I don't. Maybe. Well, in CCUS we will not have anything to share because
no, just generally speaking. I mean, CCUS is a developing industry, right? So we need to learn from what people did right in the other industry.
Yes. No, I think, for example, in certain type of equipment that does the same job, no, like monitoring emissions, no, like these elements that come with will become impurities in the system. In that type of equipment, it will be very useful to have a standardization because it is much easier for us to roll out globally something. No? We are finding difficulties trying to roll it out by ourselves because we find that there's maybe not enough service support in one place, or you have to have you have to do the homework of preparing the skills or the capabilities of local players to be able to handle that. But as much as possible, that would be the ideal, no? So that we don't start to have different types of equipment for different regions, and then it's a mess to handle all those differences, no?
Claude, Olivia?
One example I can give you is that right now we're having discussion with CO2 compressor companies, and well, there's two aspects. There's a design aspect of it. So when you ask them today, this is the spec I want for that compressor, because it's not exactly the way they make it. Well, right now the delivery time of these compressors is 3 years. So Jeff was talking, we can do these things faster. Well, the bottleneck is 3 years delivery for that compressor. Okay, so if we go back to the engineer and says, you know what, you've tried to optimize that compressor for the highest efficiency possible. But you know what, I need to put a boiler here to make steam. Is that okay if I take heat out of your system? That makes it less efficient, but I can save some money elsewhere. So once you have that dialogue going, then it becomes more relaxed, and suddenly you can standardize that design and that package. And when you go to your customer, you say, sorry, this is the package that's coming with my technology. And then you start standardizing. That's a good example, I think, of things very led by the industry and us.
Sorry, I was going to ask you, because I always had trouble getting compressors, right? You're trying to design certain standard sizes for capture. Do you think you might be able ultimately to extract out of one or two OEM compressor manufacturers a standardized compressor that'll go with your standardized unit size?
I think I will if I show them purchase order to do cookie cutter plants. Otherwise I'm a small guy right now, so who the hell are you? But if I say, look, I'm building a factory now to make 10 plants a year of 1 million ton, and every year I'm going to come with 10 compressor, they're going to say, okay, let's sit down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with that, I do want to open the panel for questions from the floor. So, if you have any questions?
Hi, this is a question I've been dying to ask all day. So we're talking about common standards, and thank you for the panel for the discussion. All the things that you brought up, you can understand a pathway to get to a standard. But what about the storage itself? Because the storage is something you can't engineer, it's something natural. What is the thoughts around that? Because a bit earlier we heard about bureaucracy to validate certain storages, but is it because there is a risk there that we don't understand? When I have had an opportunity to speak to underwriters who are thinking about the insurance of this new technology, and one of the things that scares them is the storage element of it. So it would be interesting to hear from the panel their thoughts about that, please.
Maybe, Olivia, this is something for you from the conversation. I know Claude has to run, but thank you, Claude.
Thank you. I mean, I think in terms of storage, and obviously it will be measured in terms of its safety and regulated through the regulatory bodies who will be doing that, and they will be looking at how it is storing, how it is behaving over time, what's the MRV process, what are all those mechanisms in place there, and I think once that has been proven sufficiently, and it is, I mean, it's obviously a proven technology, but I think once the insurance companies are comfortable with that, then they will step in. But that standardization across how it's measured, how it's verified, how it's stored, how the stores are behaving over time will all help to bring those insurers fully on board in terms of moving that market forwards, I think.
I would add to the response that maybe the shortcut is to go to existing activities that are very similar. Like the other day I was talking to a Mexican company that is in the salt business, and they have depleted saline aquifers. And they have converted one of these depleted saline aquifer into a storage of natural gas. And they are already providing the natural gas storage for Pemex, the national oil and gas company of Mexico. So they are already storing, and I'm sure that with natural gas, they should have very high standard of operation and safety and all that. So maybe the shortcut is to go to see what is already been done. Storage is not new. Storage has been done for many, many years for different types of gases, and I think it's as simple as going to those already best practices, best specifications, and just adapt them to this new input, which is CO2, no? Which I will think it would be easier. I don't know, I'm not, but I think it will be less.
Yeah, I mean, there are stores that have been operating successfully for over 20 years. It's not something new. I think it's just, making sure that, when you talk about the insurance market, that they are very clear about how it's monitored and measured and comfortable with that. But it's not a new technology in that way.
Jeff, I think we have the next panel to start, but the speakers will be around during the break after this. I want to thank our speakers here. Olivia, thank you. Vicente, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to invite Ian now for the next panel.
Yes, thank you very much, panel. Thanks for participating today. Okay, and now to our final keynote of the day. I'd like to welcome Alex Millward, who's Director of CCUS at the UK Department of Energy, Security and Net Zero, to come up onto the stage. So please welcome Alex.
Is that working? Yeah, very good. It's a dark room. It's the end of the day. You've probably been listening to a whole load of things for quite a while. So I'll get into it in a minute and see what you want to talk about. I've got a prepared set of things which I can talk about, but you might find it more interesting if we talk about the things that you want to talk about, and I'll try and give that public perspective. Actually, I'm extremely honoured to be here because I've noticed recently that Annie only mixes with His Royal Highness King Charles. So to sort of bring himself down to a lowly official of the civil service, whilst I do report as the Crown Civil Service, I'm very pleased to do that. And then I'm relatively new into the public service and that side, come from the private sector side. And all the things that you generally hear about public service, you know, they don't pick winners, they only pick losers, is the usual phrase you hear about governments. And so, you know, don't let them go anywhere near the technology. Well, we've got a real live example of where that's not correct. And in fact, Carbon Clean itself is just one of those. In 2009, foresighted government, well before I was there, worked out in order to have a carbon capture industry, we're going to need providers of capability and capacity to be able to do that, and actually spotted the dynamism and offer that Carbon Clean had, and took an investment in 2009 and has done it with several other companies, and here we are, a proven winner with yet another award this week, I see, for Carbon Clean. So a sort of quick sort of introduction into that. So I am responsible for launching the carbon capture industry in the UK. We're hoping this is going to be third time lucky. We've tried twice before and circumstances didn't prevail. And actually we cancelled, and one of them in 2016 at very late notice after the private sector and industry had spent a lot of time, a lot of money, and individually a lot of career capital in doing that. And we've taken a lot of learnings from that and a lot of changes. And one of the major factors is legislating net zero achievement into law and having very severe consequences of not meeting that is a massive change. And then in the UK, we also have a non-political independent advisor called the Committee for Climate Change. It's our version of the IPCC, who plots out what the different paths are. And as they look to net zero and the different paths, they've categorized carbon capture as essential for delivering net zero in the UK. And the UK government has to respond as to how it will do so and put that together. And so the why is very clear. The need case for it in the UK is very clear. The imperative to do it is very clear. The science and the maths of how much we have to get done by when is very clear. The technology, as we heard, works. It might not be as fully efficient and standardized across all the different areas as we get. And on the storage one, essentially we think of storage as injectivity, capacity, and containment. By and large, the sort of once the CO2 is in there, it stays in there. There's quite a lot by the British Geological Survey that sort of demonstrates that. So it's a very low probability, but if it does come out, and if it does come out, it's generally only a small amount. But the risk of most of it is in the transition, like any gas, the transition from emitter to capture equipment, from capture equipment to transport, from transport onshore to transport off to injection. But once it's in the store, that's pretty much assessed as a fairly low risk. So from a UK government, it's that's considered a very low risk, and ultimately the government is the insurer of this industry in the UK and probably most places. It is the insurer of last resort of the oil and gas industry. So if an industry with the amount of profit and the amount of history that oil and gas has got can't remove itself from the government as an insurer of last resort, then a much lower margin waste removal industry is not going to do either. But we are working very hard with the insurance industry to work out what they will insure and what risks they can put between UK and the taxpayer and beyond. And so we are starting to see some insurance products coming out, but it's not going to be every risk and every element. So that's sort of quick introduction. What I do find is a lot of people already know quite a lot of the headlines of what the UK is doing in carbon capture. So we've published a lot, but we haven't stored any CO2 in the ground yet. Norway's been doing it for 30 years. The US have been doing it for enhanced oil recovery since 1972. Australia's been doing it. Canada's been doing it. So there's an awful lot that we can learn from that experience. And so the hard bit really, the only bit is how does each country get it funded and who bears what risk and who bears what cost. And that's probably where we spend most of our time. So from the previous attempts to get it operational in the UK, we did a lot of thinking. And someone much smarter than me sort of said, to simplify a problem, first of all, make it bigger. So the previous competitions were generally point emitter project to single store. And this time round, we've gone for a bigger, and that was a single value chain to try and get a contract for a single value chain. But there was very different capabilities and very different risks along that value chain. This time, we've gone for a cluster concept with multiple emitter projects connecting initially to a single store until we can get more stores up and allow competition and resilience on both the emitter side and the capture side. So we're going through a many-to-many process of stepping through that and want to do that as quickly as possible, as low cost as possible, and getting the right owner of each risk to own those risks. So that's a sort of quick overview of what we're doing. And I think I heard Olivia say, we've got essentially now we've got the 4 clusters named by which we'll do that. And then on the injectivity question, we're looking to be operational at 20 to 30 megatons by the year 2030. So putting that through, the funding and the risk apportionment between public sector, and I stand here as a shareholder representative of the taxpayer, and then with the private sector is where an awful lot of the time is spent. And we spend a lot of time working through the funding models, and I can describe those in a bit more, to make sure that they are investable and that companies can make a fair return. Spend a lot of time sizing what a fair return is, because you do recognise that there needs to be that incentive for the private sector to put all of its creativity and all of its engineering and all of its innovation into this across the engineering, the blue collar, the white collar, the professional services, and get all of that operational and really get this done, of which in the UK we are blessed with a very capable and willing private sector to do that. So I'm going to just pause there and offer it up, sort of shout out some topics, and I'll try and give some opinions as to what might be interesting for you to hear about, because I suspect you've heard quite a lot of things already. But I can go through the patter of the business models if people would like to.
Exactly. I think we have the from Ed, Mark, earlier here, and they specifically mentioned they're looking forward to the funding models coming up in. Thank you. They looked at they asked questions around looking at the funding models coming out of the UK. So I'm very, very intrigued and want to hear more about that.
Okay, I think that is the biggest and hardest question. As hard as the engineering is, as hard as figuring out the subsurface geology, and as hard as everything else is, that each country needs to take a different approach, and different countries have got different different opportunities. And I was with the small island developing states this morning, and as they look through their carbon capture and they look at their economy and what they can afford with what will initially be quite high cost, their choices are very different to a country like the UK, are very different to a country like Saudi Arabia, very different to a country like Norway. And they are going to need international funding to help them, and we can touch on that in a minute as well, in terms of what generally the North and the high polluting countries, of which the UK is one, how can we help those countries who have contributed least to the carbonisation of the world and will probably suffer most from the climate changes that we've got, but we can come on to that in a minute. So how do we get those 20 to 30 megatons delivered by the private sector? So we have gone and created different business models for different applications. So by and large, we have a suite of emissions and capture projects, and I'll come back to those in a minute. And then we have a business model for a combined and integrated transport and storage system. We've put those two together, partly for lots of different reasons, but one of them is to put accountability for that higher risk transfer point between capture to transport onshore, transport to offshore transport. And all of our storage in the UK is all offshore, partly because that's where the better geology is, partly for public acceptance, particularly when getting the industry launched. Maybe we'll start seeing some things come onshore, but we're a very densely populated island, and generally acceptance of having a non-breathable gas underneath is not particularly popular, even though we can sort of describe with evidence that once it's in the store, it stays in the store. So we've separated that capture side and the transport and storage side. And then looking through, the essence of this is we are an economic intervention. We are not a construction project. We're not a procurement project. We are taking an economic intervention. There's an economic market failure because CO2 doesn't have a global price. We have an emissions trading scheme in the UK. So if a factory emits a ton of carbon, it's currently paying quite a low price by historical standards, about £40 a ton. In the European emissions trading scheme, it's about £70 a ton, which is where sort of the UK has historically been, but for a whole load of different reasons, we won't get into that. But let's sort of say the prevailing initial trend will be around £70 a ton. Let's say that the cost of capture is £100 a ton on a blended rate. The companies don't have the incentive. So we use a mechanism that worked very well for the offshore wind farms called the contract for difference, and we flip it around. So in that difference there of £70 to £100, the UK taxpayer in certain instances, electricity consumers in other instances, and now gas shippers for CCUS-enabled hydrogen. So different funding sources, but they all got the principle of a contract for difference, whereby the company has the extra £30 available to them to then have the incentive and the money to capture that CO2, transport and store it. So we're making that economic intervention. Miraculously, the market is corrected with one single swoop. And therefore, transport and storage companies now have the incentive to provide infrastructure to customers of emitters who are now capturing and want to have a place to transport and store their CO2 away. So we're making that economic intervention. We're not providing procurement instructions. We're not an infrastructure. But through our intervention, we want a lot of infrastructure built and a whole new industry to operate. So on the capture and the emitter side, we have a series of different ones. We have power CCUS, so when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, we're still going to need some peak capacity, but the UK is committed to have a low carbon electricity generation system by 2035. A lot of you will know UK power for coal has now finished, been a huge boom in wind. There is a nuclear portfolio. We're blessed with interconnectors from France and Norway and elsewhere. But there are times when demand is high and renewables energy supply is low. So we will be putting into the system a dispatchable power with carbon capture. Utility providers and network providers really don't like users that are high on, high off. Same in the electricity grid. The UK electricity grid is sized for a peak half an hour in the year. So that the total capacity size of the electricity network, and similarly for transport and storage networks, will have to size to make sure there's enough capacity for the peak. And it's really very difficult. I talked about injectivity, capacity, and containment. On the injectivity, having a flow rate of CO2 coming in, full flow one day, completely off the next day, is really very difficult to manage in an engineering ways. But you know, the ingenuity of that helps through. So we've got Power CCS. We will be putting on biomass, bioenergy, and carbon capture power BECCS. So we're developing that model. So we'll have electricity generation benefit from that, plus also carbon dioxide removal from that as well. We're still in early stages of developing that model, but that will come. For the industrial set of emitters, refineries, cement plants, chemical plants, fertilizer plants, we have a business model for that. That one is funded by the UK taxpayer to get this launched, and I'll come back to that in a minute. They pay that £30 difference, which over time, obviously the carbon price goes up. But to remove some of the ambiguity for investors, we actually have a fixed trajectory CO2 price in the business model. So we have fixed that it will be, I'll pick a hypothetical, £70 in year one, £72 in year two, £74 in year 5. It may well be the actual ETS price at that time is £90. But what investors have told us is they really don't like that variability in the initial part, so we fixed the CO2 price to make that easier for them. But that's the UK taxpayer funding that portion. We have a slight twist on that for energy from waste, so a lot of municipal and bio waste in the UK. To our shame, we used to send elsewhere, then went into landfill elsewhere, out of sight, out of mind. To their credit, countries like China have said, no, you deal with your own waste. So right now, we burn it. That puts a whole load of CO2 back into the atmosphere. So we will capture that CO2. And again, that's with a contracts for difference. And then a slightly more sophisticated model, we will be using CCUS enabled hydrogen. And in the UK, we've decided to provide the financial support to the production of hydrogen. And we've got the same business model, be it electrolytic hydrogen or CCUS hydrogen, it's the same business model. Obviously the costs and the risks are very different, but the fundamental principle is the same. So we provide that subsidy into the production side such that we can stimulate the demand side and then be able to purchase that. The theory is on an equivalent cost of grey hydrogen today. So again, the consumer of the hydrogen is not disadvantaged because of the cost premium of low carbon hydrogen. So that's that concept. And then initially, because it takes time to get the transport and storage system up and running, all of those emitters that I just talked about will be working with a single transport and storage company and single system. And as wonderful and altruistic and philanthropic as businesses are, that creates a monopoly. And we know that no business would ever take advantage of a monopoly. But just in case there are one or two, we create an economic regulator run through the UK system, very similar to our other electricity generator, Ofgem, which will put an economic regulator onto their profits. So we're capping their profits. And UK government is not so unreasonable that it expects to bear all of the sort of typical commercial risks from that. And by capping the profits, we'll also put a floor to the risks as well, at which point where government will kick in with what we call a government support package. And some of the other risks that government has agreed is best to bear, our learning from previous competitions, is what we call the cross-chain risk. So we have one cluster up in the northeast, which initially will start with 3 projects. Actually, it's a grey hydrogen retrofit to CCUS-enabled hydrogen, a new build power CCS dispatchable power plant, and a CCUS-enabled hydrogen new build plant. So there'll be 3 projects. Again, in the unlikely event that any of those costs or schedules of those projects don't perfectly coincide with the engineering and operational availability of the transport and storage system, the plan will say that they will beautifully dovetail. They'll have the same operational date and we can all switch on the same day. But interestingly, I was talking with some insurance providers today and talking about insurance. One in the US, an equipment manufacturer was asking whether they could insure against a delay of their customer's schedule if a permit didn't arrive on time for a long lead time item. Could that be insurable? And the answer was no. And so who takes that risk? Can you put that into the private sector? And through our conversation with investors and everything else was no. And so that schedule mismatch, UK government has agreed that essentially the UK taxpayer will pay for that. So if the transport and storage company is fantastic, operates, delivers to the exact day that it said it would be delivering, it's now bearing costs. Even having no CO2 coming into a transport and storage system has costs. In the unlikely event, but possible, the 3 emitters in this example that I talked about are a year late, let's say. This is a new build power CCS plant, gas-fired power CCS plant, never been built before, new build hydrogen CCUS plant, never been built before. So it could easily be a year's delay, let's say, between any of those. So who's going to make up the losses that transport and storage company now has because its customers weren't there when they thought they were going to be there? Who bears that risk? That's not an insurable risk in the private sector either. So the UK government and the UK taxpayer essentially makes good the transport and storage company for that mismatch. Likewise, the capture projects, let's take an example. Typically on a refinery, the capture equipment might be £1 billion of capital infrastructure, so quite a large amount to get done. Let's say they get all of their engineering done to schedule, to time, and the transport and storage is not available when that needs to be. They've now got...
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Alex.
It'll take too long.
What about 2 minutes, if you don't mind wrapping up?
I can get a bit excited about this. Tell me if I'm also going into too much detail. But anyway, so who protects that? And they'll get protection in the event that the transport and storage company isn't there. And then I talked about injectivity. If there's situations, we've enabled 4 megatons of flow rate onto a transport and storage situation. So we've got projects that maybe can generate 4 megatons per annum. But we all know that geology is a fickle friend. If that injectivity, for whatever reason, like in Australia, Gorgon, is only operating at about half its rated injectivity. So if it's designed to be receiving 4 megatons, but it's only offering 2 megatons, and I've now got 4 megatons of enablement of someone who really wants to sell low carbon products but can't because they've no longer got the storage, who bears that risk? So we've got a lot of that sort of detail think through. When I go and talk to a lot of and we had a policy exchange and an industry exchange with the US, and I'm looking at the US as to how they're going to go through it. They're doing lots more points to points, but at the time I spoke to them about 2 years ago, they hadn't thought of the question to ask, let alone how they're going to solve it. Now, credit to them, they're getting some FIDs and projects done, but that's how we're working through on the business model to make it investable and ultimately in time insurable. Maybe I'll take a question now, sorry. Hopefully, Andrew, is that what you wanted to hear?
Hello? Okay, good. So as a UK taxpayer, and therefore, as I understand, an underwriter of the schedule of some of these projects, I'm curious about two things. One is, what is the UK government to maintain the schedules and to have oversight on how they're being deployed? And one, the evaluation of when you do have successful project applications, what is being done at that point to ensure the realism of the schedules that are put forward?
So we do have employed our own sort of direct scientists and engineers, and then we bring in specialists and external technical people who help us on cost and schedule and all of those things. So we do, on your behalf, do a lot of due diligence. Actually, again, cost of finance is a massive part of this. So again, we've got sort of very good negotiators and financiers to work out what reference cases, what's a fair price to pay for that structure and that risk. At the moment, it's probably say there's a gap between what we consider fair on your behalf of the hard-pressed taxpayer and what the private sector considers is fair with their high-paid salaries and everything else going on. That there is a gap, and so when private sector is asking, government go faster, we say we've made the offer, it's very fair, very reasonable, accept the offer, we can move on much quicker. So we're in that sort of stage of gap, sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to have to call it a day there, Alex. Really interesting. Thanks for explaining all that to us. I really appreciate you coming. Round of applause for Alex Millward, please. Thank you. Okay. Well, look. Thanks everyone for joining us today. I'm just going to, in a moment, invite Anna Ruda up just to wrap up and give some final thoughts for the day. So just a couple more minutes. Please come up, Anna Ruda.
I've just got about 7 pages now to read through. No, I'm just joking. I don't want to be keeping you away from wonderful and lovely drinks we've got outside. But just to bring the conversation to a close, what a lovely, thought-provoking, and a far-reaching conversation we've had today. We've heard from the industry, we've heard from the government, we've heard from the researchers, we've heard from ex-Secretary of State for the US Department of Energy. We had Harry from McKinsey. We've heard from people who actually are making this change happen on the ground. Net zero is only possible, at least I believe, with carbon capture, and the readiness to act and the commitment to deliver from everyone in this room is really powerful. We've discussed how the separate industry policy finance levers can be applied in different settings, be it in case of Catherine from SSE, be it in case of Vicente from CEMEX, be it in the case of Hanan, who joined us from ADNOC. So different industry will pull different levers. And we also got a good view on the finance side of things from Julian from Bank of America and from JJ from JP Morgan. But there are elements that need to happen in order for us to achieve the transition we are after. There needs to be a clear deployment plan for the CCUS, and permitting regulations must reflect the urgency of the action required. International collaboration is absolutely necessary. I think the UK government is taking some wonderful steps in that direction. The Norwegian government has already injected, and they've said we are happy to share the experience. I think we are making progress on things like the London Protocol and a couple of other things, but we need to accelerate these things. We need to develop and work a little bit harder on the CCUS supply chains. I personally believe, just looking at the data, one of the major reasons why renewable energy transition happened between 2010 and 2021, where there was the growth in renewable energy was between 16 to 17 times in 10 years. One of the reasons that happened was because people figured out a way to produce the same square solar panel again, a million times. That was one of the reasons why people were able to deliver that. And last, we need more stable carbon markets internationally. I think we heard from the industry specifically. For the heavy industry producing steel, cement, waste, or refining petrochemicals, these are commodity markets. Things move from one country to other country quite easily, so we need internationally accepted standards, and voluntary carbon markets are also going to play an essential role here. To close this up, we need an incentivizing regulatory environment and supportive policy coupled with technology innovation and delivery partners. We heard from Samsung today, and we need the delivery partners to come in today. We need the partnership between the industry, government, financiers, and other stakeholders. That is absolutely necessary. And we've seen today what happens when people are brought together to share their collective experience, to share their collective ideas. Let's agree to do more over the next 12 months and many more months after that. I also want to take a moment to congratulate and dedicate my sincere thanks to the team at Carbon Clean. We mentioned earlier today that we've been, just yesterday, we've been awarded the Energy Transitions Award, Changemaker Award by the COP presidency. So I want to invite the team from Carbon Clean, and for them to hold this award, I want to show this first. We haven't showed this. I want the team from Carbon Clean to come to the stage and literally for them to hold this award. This is actually a collaborated, concerted effort from the Carbon Clean team. One person didn't achieve that. It was the conversation. It is the people at Carbon Clean who are making this happen. So if I could just quickly get the Carbon Clean team up here, please, as soon as we close.
Go in the middle because you weren't here yesterday. Okay, thank you, team. Thank you, Aniruddha. Okay, well, look, a big thanks to everybody who's joined us throughout the day. Hopefully you've enjoyed the program. That's the end of our formal program. Everybody deserves a nice cold drink to relax and finish the day. So we're going to be hosting drinks in the Hope Pavilion on the island of Hope, which is in the hotel. Don't worry, we haven't got to take a boat. But if those who would like to come and join us for a drink, we'd be delighted to host you. If you just sort of pack your stuff up and move into the foyer, we actually have some of the staff here to take us there so we don't all get lost. So please join us for that. Finally, just a big thank you to all the technical staff here today who have run the day for us. So a round of applause, please, for the technical staff. And we look forward to seeing you at COP29. Thanks very much.